To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Mosh.
I love Kyle so much. I just now noticed that he put Commander as a title. Hi, everybody, and welcome to The Experience. I'm Jen King, owner of Space Cadets Collection, and I've been having so much fun all day long hanging out with you guys live. This is the premiere of a new show for me on The Experience called Mish, Mosh. That really cool intro video is made by my son. I'm so proud. And also as the voice stylings of Stephen Pappin. Thank you so much for lending us your voice. We need a super deep voice, and he was the person that I knew that had one. All right, everybody. We're super excited for our lineup today. It's me first for dos hours. And then you get to see 6-shooter Jesse James. Pew, pew! And then an awesome interview of Tom King by Christina Blanch. And it will blow your mind. There's some super secret CIA stuff that they talk about. You guys are going to love it. All right. So I think I found the coolest stuff in the universe. I'm actually going to make it so that you guys can see the bottom row here. This is what I call mishmash. So it is a little bit of everything. I've got stuff going deep in all of these rows. It's super easy to buy from me. If it's your first time, there's a cool little form down here that just popped up. It's spacecadetscollection.com/reg-CBSE. Super easy. If you're a regular buyer from me already, you don't need to fill it out again. It will go in your live piles just like normal. But if it's your first time, please fill that out. It'll help me to be able to reach you. My shipping is super simple unless you get like a really gigantic stack. It's really inexpensive to ship from me. I do media rate because our local post office wants us to do it that way. They don't want to see our faces. Otherwise, we'd have to go in and do book rate, and it's the same price. So they say just do your media rate and we'll come pick it up from you. We ship out on Thursdays and Fridays. Therefore, we send our invoices on Wednesdays. Please be able to pay within 24 hours. Super simple. If you have any questions, type it in. We have a fully interactive show. So you can talk about like, what's your pet name? Who's your favorite superhero? All that stuff you can put in the chat, get to know each other. I'm a little bit goofy, so just know that's the way it's going to go. The way I do my show is I start at the bottom and I work my way up. So I'm going to show you all of the books that are on the board. If you see something you're really interested, like the Rye on the very top, don't worry, I'm getting there. I'm coming from the bottom of the top. And then after I make it through the entire board, I'm going to go back again and offer you a second chance at them at a slightly lower price for the things that still did not get claimed. I would not wait, honestly, for those because often things don't make it. Started from the bottom, just like me as a superhero. Started from the bottom. All right. So price points won't work for me during this one because it's all over the place because it's mishmash. Henri's in the house. Hello. All right, here we go. You guys ready? And I also don't have my helper today. So if you see me stand up and walk away, it's because I'm putting it in someone's pile. All right, I have 2 copies of this too. So 2 lucky winners here can get this book. This is The Mask, official movie adaptation by Dark Horse Comics. And it is signed by Bruce Patterson. And it comes with a certificate of authenticity here on the back. I'll show this to you up close. It's just $15 to get this really cool copy of The Mask, #1. Henri is one of my good friends as a creator. He does some really amazing comic books. I see Will Pace and Danny Glooly. All right, this is really cool. So I buy big collections often from stores that have closed. And so this is one of those items that I found that I think is wicked cool. This is a series called Rooter, and this one's got a subtitle called Sweat and Bullets. It was done by a person named Kelly Campbell. You might recognize that person, in 1996. This one has been signed 1, 2, 3 times. It's been signed by Kelly and by John Powell and Tim Ziman. This is a premier collector's edition of this book. Okay, so this is number 1. I'm going to show you what it looks like. It's super cute and looks like it's like doggy musicians, question mark. I kind of want to open it up and read it. But there's the 3 autographs on the top. And this is just a kind of a for fun thing. I don't know if any of these people are like super famous, but probably are, because most of the stuff that comes in these collections are from people that made it. And these are just $5 each. $5 each for Rooter number 1. And I also have Rooter number 2, the same price, and they are all autographed. Can you see all those 3 autographs at the top there? Just 5. You're just supporting small press by buying these kind of fun things. Rooter goes to Tina. Excellent. Tina's pile is super close, so it is going to be easy for me to reach. Kyle claims Rooter 1 and 2. That makes all the sense, Kyle. Kyle loves books that have animals and people. Let me see. Northrop. All right, Kyle, I've got your pile going. All right, got that. And Tina wants a number 2, and she shall have it. You like it when people do, what is it called? That's called, it's like an A word. It's not animatronic. It's some fancy word. Someone help me with fancy words. I like the fancy words. All right, I've got plenty more copies of that if anyone decides that they would like one of those. New pile. Anthropomorphize, that's it. It's a fancy dancy word. Yep, I still do, Brandon. It's an easy thing for me to grab. And by the way, don't get nervous about, you know how I said that I'll go back down the board and offer them at a different price. If anything ever gets bought at full price, I don't mark down it. So you don't like feel silly because you bought it at full price and someone else got it at a different price. Eli, shipping is pretty simple for us. We ship media rate. So you can ship up to 10 books in the United States for about $5. If you get above 10 books, it goes up a little bit. I think the most I've ever charged for shipping was $20, and that was a huge pile. If you are watching us from outside the United States, please send me a direct message, and I'll help you figure out how much it's going to cost. It'll be a lot more expensive, probably. Brandon Luck, that is yours. I'm going to find the luck pile. There. Anyone else for the cute puppies? All right, this is a really cool thing. I'm assuming that these are first appearances of a great many of these characters. This is the Liberty Project in Total Eclipse, the Seraphim Objective. I've got just 2 copies of this book. It's by Eclipse Comics. It's an anniversary issue of number 1, and it has Airboy, Valkyrie, Misery, and the Heap on the front cover. I only have 2 copies of this, and they're $8 a piece. Really great shape. Also part of the Total Eclipse universe. These are the Prestige format books by Marv Wolfman. I have a number 1 for $8. Pat doesn't know why he's watching. You're watching because you like hanging out. By the way, I am a very chill person. There's no real reason that you need to buy. If you just want to come and hang out, I am totally good with that. Buying is fun, but stay in your budget, you're good. Tina, I got your Total Eclipse. I also have at cover price, which is just $3.95, book 3, book 4, and book 5 of that same series. There's one. I'm just missing number 2. Sad face. You have a box of stuff with Kyle. Well, that is a problem that I cannot solve. Go and get your box from Kyle. He would like it. Oh, yeah, he does. All right. Okay, so here's something that I've priced. I've priced it just kind of like winging it because I have no idea. By the way, they're friends. They can totally say that to each other. I cannot find this anywhere on the internet. Sold, offered, auctioned, for sale now. So here you go. This is Tempest Comics Presents. It looks like a little ash can of Showcase 2. And it is double signed, and it's $25 because I've never seen it, and I probably never will see it again. Can I see your comments now? Yes, Paul, I can totally see them now. You're good. Yep, I can see them, and I can see them now. If anyone ever is commenting and you don't see me respond to things that you ask or that you're claiming, just do exactly what Paul did. You can post it twice. The way that our system works is you can watch from YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. There's a bunch of places that we're broadcasting to, and it all shows up in my stream on this page, so I can actually see it. All right, here we go. This is Extreme Hero, and I know that the Extreme Studios line, the rights to those characters has been purchased for development. So these books aren't super expensive things now, but they probably will be. I've got 2 copies of what they call version 00A, just $5 a piece. Just $5 a piece. Got 2 of those. And then I've got what they call 00B, also $5. I see Galindo's watching. Hi, Johnny. I see Wayne. And this is just ridiculous. You would buy this because you like ridiculous things. This is Outlaw Overdrive from a company called Red Edition, featuring Death Row. It has an actual card that comes with it. And it is autographed right here. And it's a whole $5. Here's the back of it. It's got an extra piece of paper in there. And it's a certificate of authenticity. That's what's on the back. It's a certificate, signed collectible from 1993. Very cool. Oh, Tina did not even take a breath. So too many social outlets. Is there such a thing, honestly? Is there such a thing as too many? All right. For my friends that are huge Adam Hughes fans, here is a rare Adam Hughes piece. This is The Detectives, #1 from Alpha Productions. It is an Adam Hughes cover. There is his AH. I have 4 copies only, and they're $10 a piece. Tina just heard Outlaw. Yes, there they are. You probably have a little bit of delay. Yeah, you can't really think too long. Moomy, I knew would want it. Tina is definitely a person that wants it. And Russell G, okay? Okay, Russell G, you guys are all close, so I can put it down super simple. And I got one more. Who gets the last one? Oh, that's why. So yeah, Paul, if you're the only person that's on YouTube commenting, you're going to see your comments only. Everyone else is commenting from Facebook, so you don't see theirs. But you can still comment from YouTube. It still works just fine. Anyone else want the last Adam Hughes cover? I priced it to move, yo. All right, here you go. This is actually a very rare thing. It does have a place where it has been turned over right here and folded there, and it has spine ticks, but it is from Walt Disney Educational Media Company, Orange Bird, and the Nutrition Know-How Review. If you go and try to find this online right now, you'll know there's none. This one's $15. It is the only one. There can be only one Orange Bird, ? All right, this is what they call a reprint book. It's Sugar and Spike. The original one would have been like a larger scale Silver Age, and this is a normal size one. So this is a good way to read this and not have to go and find Sugar and Spike #1. Here is the reprint. It's just $4. All right, here's some ridiculous things. I'm going to give you ridiculous prices on them. This is Beep Beep, the Roadrunner Whitman cover. It's a Whitman cover of the Roadrunner. $3. $3. Got some cartoony stuff in here for you guys. All right. It looks like Woody Woodpecker signed this one, but then said no, and then signed it again. I'm so confused for this Woody Woodpecker autograph person. Sorry. This is Top Comics. Obviously, a kiddo wrote all over it, but it is a Woody the Woodpecker Top Comics just for fun reader for $3. Roadrunner gets called by Tina. I feel like I should just start a long box near me. It'd probably be easier. That's what I'm going to do. Start the shorty. Right next to me for Tina. And Woody. Didn't know you like the kiddos books too. See, I'm learning more things all the time. All right. Also, this one was signed by Mickey Mouse. Top Comics, Walt Disney, Mickey Mouse. Lost Atlantis, also just $3. Just $3. Just for fun. You like the old cartoonies ones? Yeah, you do have a box to yourself. All right, this is Adventures of Mighty Mouse, and it is a Whitman book. This one's in pretty decent shape. It does have some regular reading problems to it, so it's not mint, but it's just $5. Hey, Paul, if you want to watch from the Facebook feed of the EXP, you'll see probably more of them. That's where I'm watching from right now. Mighty Mouse from Tina. Claimed. All right, this is Tom and Jerry. I'm sorry I did not look on the inside of these books to see the numbers that they are, but this one also has general reading wear, spine ticks, etc. This is Tom and Jerry Whitman cover. They're doing some ice cream shenanigans. That one's $5. This is Walt Disney Presents Winnie the Pooh. Same condition. This one's actually in pretty good shape. The biggest thing I see is this little turn that it has right here. Just a little bit of spine ding-dongs. That's a technical term. That one is $10. Tom and Jerry gets called. That was Tina. Walt Disney's Comics and Stories. This one's got Huey, Dewey, and Louie reading books right before bed. And it does have general reading wear. That one's just $5. Winnie the Pooh. I see you. I got the Tom and Jerry for Tina. That one's gone. I've got that. Winnie the Pooh went to Tina. I see that one next. Sorry, Brainy. Tina beat you to that one. Never seen a Pooh comic? Now you got one. It's yours. All right, this one is Walt Disney Chippendale. This is them using leaves to fly, and it is a Whitman cover also. So it's just $4, general reading wear. But you guys just need to get together and hang out, and then you can share it. Today, Tina was on a show with another one of our awesome customers, Angela, and they were fighting over the same things too. I gotcha. So funny. I feel like it's stuck on that one thing. All right, here we go. Here's some romance comics. These are Charlton comics. They've got a lot of wear to them. These are just reader copies. This is Time for Love. It says Time for Swinging on here, which I think means something different back in then. This is Time for Love number 12. It's just $4. I'm sorry, I should have put a better cover on it that wasn't so shiny. There you go. Time for Love. Comfy and Callie. Yep. All right. This is also a time for love. It has a pinup poster of Bobby Sherman, I guess, inside, maybe, if it's still there. No wedding today. This is number 29, and it's just $3. I left their old-timey prices on them. I haven't changed them. Whatever their price when they went into the box is what they have now. And another time for love. This is number 30, and it's got its old-timey price of $2.50. No one likes romance books, I can tell. How about this one? This one's just $2. This one's like a doorbuster, I guess, from 1961. Walt Disney's The Horse Masters. It's a Dell book. It's in decent shape. Just $2. It's a doorbuster. I used to be obsessed with horses when I was a girl. I'm still a girl, but you know what I mean. When I was a young girl. All right, this is Stumbo Tiny Town. This has been nibbled on by silverfish at some point in its life. You can see the nibbles in the corners as well. But this is a Harvey giant size book number 5, and it is $10. $10 for the giant size number 5. Tina likes the Horse Masters. Got it. Here is Beep Beep the Roadrunner. Beep Beep the Roadrunner number 2. This one has heavy wear and it's missing a corner and it's just $2. Good reading copy. Uh-oh, we might have to fight over this one, everybody. This is, I grew up on this show. I bet you some of you guys did too. This is Captain Kangaroo. It's a Dell book number 721, and it's $5. And it does have cover loss and it's pretty brittle, but it is a Captain Kangaroo magazine. I see the Roadrunner getting grabbed up. That one went to Tina. It's okay, Kyle, I got you. And Captain Kangaroo, Tina wants. Good old Golden Age book. All right, Hanna-Barbera production Top Cat from Charlton Comics. Also a reader copy. I'm missing a little bit of the cover. It's a number 8. That one's just $3. You gonna hook up to Tina's internet? Yep. All right, and this one also has some some funny stuff. It's missing cover right here and a couple pages that look like have been like lovingly cut on by kiddos. Same on the bottom here. And someone wrote burp on the dog's face in pencil. But this one is just $2. This is Scamp. Scamp, $2. Reader beer. Top Cat, I see goes to Tina. Try watching from a different place. Like, let me see. Try to see. You have ESP. I'm trying to see how far, like even in the store where I'm watching it on my phone, I've got pretty good lag. This is the Animal World number 713, also a reader beater, Dell Comics, and that one's $3. And you have to get ESP from Tina. I assure you, she is not sitting in this room. She's wherever she is. This is Bob. What in the world? Bob, Son of Battle. The story of a sheepdog. Bob, Son of Battle. Reader beater for $3. Animal World goes to Tina. Don't go home and cry, Brainy. Sir Walter Raleigh, number 644. 644. That one's in better shape. That one is $5. You're hardwired and you can't beat her? I don't know, man. Don't know the solution. You'll have to ask Tina what her secret is. Dell Junior Treasury, Gulliver's Travels. This one does have some corner ding and some general poems. That one's just $5. Junior Treasury. We're about to get into the Classics Illustrated, and then we're done with our super old stuff. We'll get into the, like, a little more modern things. This is Prince Valiant. Prince Valiant Dell Comics. This one has the same kind of like loss on the cover and other damage problems, and that one's $3. Prince Valiant. All right, I've got a bunch of Classics Illustrated. All the Classics Illustrated are going to be the same $5 price. $5, $5, $5. So I'm going to go through these a little more quickly so we can make it to our break. We've got a break in a couple minutes. This is Classics Illustrated King of the Khyber Rifles. All have damage. These are all readers. This one's the Odyssey. The Pathfinder. Oliver Twist. David Balfour. Men of Iron. Men Against the Sea. William Tell. So Paul, I'm viewing it in StreamYard, which puts all the data together. You can't see it because it's a behind the scenes thing, but I get to see them because it's all together. Mutiny on the Bounty. Davy Crockett. The Spy. It's got writing on it. Buffalo Bill has its entire corner missing. Don Quixote. The Magic Servants. The White Company. That is Arthur Conan Doyle. Lorna Doone. Ivanhoe. Wild Bill Hickok. The Corsicana Brothers. Midsummer's Night's Dream. And Ben Franklin. Okay. Okay, so Tina says, Men Against the Sea. Oops. William Tell. Mutiny. Spy. Buffalo Bill. Don Quixote. Wild Bill. Wild Bill. Corsicana. And Ben Franklin. Did anyone else call anything other than the ones I said out loud? Those were all called by Tina that I could see in my feed. If there's anybody else that wants any of the other classics, let me know. I'm going to write these down real fast so I can remember claim prices. By the way, I write on the top of every book with my Sharpie marker. You can actually get that off of your bag and board pretty easily. Oh. Everything I know about Don Quixote is because the awesome Brian Hibbs has a book that he wrote called Tilting at Windmills. So I learned everything I know from kind of paying attention to that. All right, here we go. I have got 3 copies of Batman Adventures #2, just $3 a piece. $3. Those right here while I do this. And then for $2 a piece, because they all have a little bit of something wrong with them, they're worth a lot more, I am certain of it. I have got Tales of Teen Titans Cyborg, which is the #1 in the series. I've got 3 of those. I've got 1 of the Raven for $2. I've got 2 of the Changeling, which is the Beast Boy, and 1 of Starfire, which finishes the whole series there. The reason why these are so cool is it's George Perez art on the cover. Tina wants Batman Adventures. Trying to have a little bit of all the different price points for you guys. That is the 1992 version. Whoa. trying to fall over the cord that's sitting here. Okay. Swamp Thing friends. This is Roots of the Swamp Thing, number 1. Oh, that's right. We're at break time. I said I was going to be done with those and I was going to go to break. And that's what I'm going to do right now. Break time.
Fight up.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
If you're thinking to yourself, why do I need a comic shop locator? I have a local comic shop. You need it because when you go on vacation, you want to go and find the local comic shops where you're going. So you can go and visit them and check them out. You want to look at the ones that are also local to you so you can go just like see what they're about. I've had great many people like visit my store and say, I had no idea what this is about until I walked into your store. So just go visit them around. It's okay. You're not going to get in trouble visiting other stores. By the way, if you're interested in that awesome Source Point Press book that you saw in the commercial, 20 Fists, and you want to pre-order it through me, just let me know through DM and I will write it down and ensure that you will get a copy. All right. This is Swamp Thing number 108. 108, $4. There's going to be a bunch of this era Swamp Thing. This is number 110. And that is also $4. I apologize. They need new bags and boards, but they came out right out of this collection in these bags and boards. I apologize. This is number 119 for $4. Swamp Thing is, we can't keep it in our store. People buy it right away. And these have not been out on the sales floor. So straight from a collection to you guys. Number 120 for $4. Number 121 is also $4. And if you like this run, I could not finish the box that I was working on. So next week for Mish, Mosh, you will see the rest of this collection. Number 122 is $4. Number 123 is $4. 124, the Husks storyline, is $4. Number 125, Possessed by Arcane, is also $4. Oh, this is underneath the sticker. 127, this does look like it has a little indentation in one of the cover parts. That one's $4. Like someone set down something pointy on it. This is number 128, and it is $4. 129 is $4. And Swamp Thing number 130 is also $4. There you go. Hashtag Pat's book. I like it. Was that all of them, Tina? Did you call the numbers? Let me know if you skipped any. Tina. All right. Tina likes Swamp Thing too. I'm going to start on this end. All right. So there's a local comic book company that makes amazing books. You guys know them probably the most from, they had set of books that was about a robot, you would probably recognize right away. But this series is one that I know got picked up for development, I think, by Gerard Butler's company. I think you can actually find that information online. But this one is Afterburn #1. I know I've got another Afterburn number in here somewhere. I think it's the number 3. But this one, look, I had 15 on the back, but I've got $10 on the front, so that's what I'm going to do. There, small print on these. Hard to do. $10. The Empty Man, which is now on TV. You want Tina's bank account? Brandon called that one. Empty Man is now on, I can't remember which channel it's on. Maybe HBO? It's a horror series. This is the #1 of that. If you want the source material, that one's just $5. Brandon, I got your Afterburn. And I also have a low #1, and that one is $8. Right, I'm gonna go find your pile over here so I know where. Really close to me. And I did get your Shepherd in your pile. Yep. But Tina got him an Empty Man. Tina got the Empty Man. All right, here we go. This is a book called Creature Features. It is a prestige format book from 1993, very neon-y, very of the era. That one is $10. And this is Ben Templesmith, Welcome to Hawksford. This is not the foil-covered one, but it looks the same as the foil-covered one does. That one is $5. Good horror. Is it horror or you would have passed? Oh, it's totally horror. Yeah. Okay, and Corporate Crimes. This is from Kitchen Sink Enterprises, where a great many awesome things came from in the beginning, including Spirit Books. This one is from 1977, and it is $10. Corporate Crime Comics. The Welcome to Hawksford. That one, Tina? The scary one? Ben Templesmith. Is yours? All right, this is one everyone can win. Is everyone ready for everyone can win things? All right. This one is Alistair the Slayer, which no one cares about, right? Alistair the Slayer is a book that came and went, and no one cares about this one. But this one is signed by the cover artist, Boris Vallejo, and his autograph is worth quite a bit of money. These all came from the exact same collection. They are in gorgeous shape. And I'm going to do a crazy thing for you guys tonight. I know his autograph alone is worth like $40, but I'm going to sell these for $20 a piece tonight. This Alistair the Slayer, autographed on the front cover. They're all autographed in blue. All blue. You can just say Slayer. Get yourself a Boris autograph. These look cool. All right, this one says, Alfred Harvey presents the original Black Cat. This is a recollections book. This copy specifically has got spine ticks to it, and I apologize for that. That is #1, and it is $5. And I've got 2 copies of #2, and those are also $5 a piece. Black Cat. And sorry, Tina, I see now you've got the Corporate Crimes. Corporate Crimes is yours. Black Cat for Tina. I'm guessing you want a #2. You tell me otherwise. I'll put it back up. All right, here we go. This is Ghost Rider #4. I'm going to show you this one as close as I can because it's got some condition things going on with it. I gotcha. Get you a really good look at it. I'm going to go real slow so you can see it all. That is the Ghost Rider. And men shall call him Stingray. I've got it marked at a very good price at $75. $75 for Ghost Rider number 4. Does have a little rip in its cover, but I took that into account. This is Ghost Rider number 5, and it has a corner missing. Do you see the corner gone from it? Otherwise, this has just got general wear to it. I'm going to sell that one for $10. Back when the Ghost Rider looked quite different and only rode a horse. And another copy of number 5. This one does not have anything missing from the cover, but it does have regular cover wear. And that one is $15. This is Ghost Rider number 7. That same all over cover wear. And it is $15. If you have any other questions about condition, I'm glad to answer them. I'm not very good at giving number grades, and I apologize for that. That's my failing. But I can give you as much description as possible. And this is number 7, also for $15, and it does have a corner miss. You see it? And turnover down here at the bottom, and general cover damage. But I priced it accordingly at $15. And I wish that this was more perfect. Maybe someone can take this on as like a project book. But this was Adventure into Fear, Morbius, Living Vampire. It should be worth a lot more money, but it's got a bunch of cover wave to it. Looks like maybe it got wet at some point. That is number 30, and I'm just selling it for $5 because of what's going on with it. All right, what do we have here? Ghost 5. Ghost 7. The better of the 5. Honestly, the $10 one, if you don't mind the corner missing, is probably the better conditioned of them. Number 7. First Ghost Rider is yours. And Living Vampire. Okay, so I still have a 7 and a 5 of Ghost Rider. And we're going to move on to Moon Knight. Okay, other side. All right, here you go. This is Moon Knight, the 1980 run. This is number 2. It does have an X drawn up here in the number block for some reason. The rest of the book looks really great, and that one's $8. I pulled that for her, Paul. I pulled that for her when I was pulling that number 1. I've got 2 copies of this book. This is number 4. It just has general, just kind of like light dirtiness to it. And it is 10. I've got 2 copies. I have a number 5 of that same series. And it has along the top of the cover a little bit of ding-dongs to it. It's a little bit of ding-dong to it. And that was number 5, and that one's $7. Mm-hmm. 2, 4. You're gonna go first dibs on hanging out at Tina's house. 4, 5. Okay, I have the number 4 still of that older series. Now everyone can get this one. Trust me, I've got plenty of stuff on the board, guys, that I've got lots of copies of so that everyone can get a chance at it. I planned it out accordingly today. This is something everyone wants. I just happened to find a box with many copies in it. This is from a closed comic book store. They're black cover copies, so they may have a spine tick or 2, but no major damages to these books at all. This is Moon Knight, number 60, which has the death of Moon Knight. Sorry, death of Moon Knight in it. And I just have these for $10. Oh, for all your collections. Tina, what else do you collect? And I love this cover. It is what I call a splat cover, or Stephen Platt. All right, Tina, I got you one. Steve Gall's going to take one. Making sure I'm not accidentally putting a big ding-dong one on anyone's pile. All right, Steve, we got yours. Oh, you like ephemera? Ephemera is my favorite stuff. It's just a fancy word for paper goods. Paper collectibles. All right, here's some cool stuff here. This one has a little spine stress right here. And a couple little spine ticks on it, but this is Annihilation Conquest Wraith. This is the first Exelon. First Exelon ties into all of the stuff that's going on in the Null universe right now, and that's $8. And I have number 3 of that series, same condition problems, $8 for that. Brainy's going to take the Wraith. Brainy, let me know if you're interested in the pair. Yeah, we want to see. That would be fun to do. Do you guys want? We're interested in kind of having more interaction, and that would be really cool. If you guys have a really cool collection, you can send them to me in an email. If you don't mind them being shown, we're not going to send your address to somebody or anything. But if you just want to show it off in general, or you have a little short video you want to send us, you can send it to me at mingforking@yahoo.com. The 4 part of that is a number 4. I think that would be fun. All right, this is Giant Size Special Captain Marvel, number 1. I've got 2 copies. They both have tiny bits of spine damage. This is Monica Rambeau, and those are $10 a piece. I am seeing it now, Black Cat Moon Knight. I'm so sorry. I've got it now, Paul. Rainy, I've got your pile. Room tours. That would be fun. I think that would be great fun. Tina, I have got to see your collection now. Oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. All right, and this one I had a really hard time finding online. This is Volume 2, Captain Marvel, number 1. It says Free Your Mind, and it says No Hate. I've got $10 on this one. All right, I've got some good Jane Foster Thor here. This is Thor number 3. I'm doing this one for just cover price, which is $4. Thor number 3. Who is Thor number 6, ahead of them revealing who this is. I've got a few copies of that at cover price at $4. I have number 7 of Thor at cover price. Robert, I think that the Wraith already was called. Might want to refresh a little bit to see if you can get rid of your lag. This is number 8 and reveals Jane is the Thor. And that one's 10. Three gets called by Steve Gall first. Thor, Steve Gall. Okay, and Steve also says 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Okay, let's go to Steve. Thanks, everybody, for your patience today. I have to stand up and sit down. That's not the way I usually do it. I'm usually sitting still, so it doesn't make you, like, nauseous from all the movement. And Joel, number 8 is gone. I do have still the number 6s, if anyone's after 6. If you find yourself frustrated that your calls seem to come way after everybody else's, just I would go out and come back in and refresh. Or maybe try from a different social media. Facebook team seems to be a really good one to be able to go from. Joel's on that one. Yep, YouTube doesn't work as good. Yeah, come in. I would say subscribe to the YouTube channel, but watch from when we're doing live sales. Probably it looks like this one's a little bit better. This is the Pizza Hut X-Men number 3. Pizza Hut X-Men number 3 is just $3. You're going to make me cry. This is me being very, very, like, straightforward. I tried to get in collecting for a long time, and it felt very, like there was a secret club, and if you didn't know somebody, no one would tell you how to do the thing. And I was determined to make sure that everybody knew there was no secret club, and I would tell everybody how to do the thing. So welcome to the not secret club of collecting. We all love doing it, and we wanted everyone to feel comfortable. All right, Steve, I got your 6. Did you? I'm so sorry. Because it does actually show YouTube popping up and the comments from there. I wonder if it's just so much behind in the feed that it's making it so that these get seen first. So now you know. Now we've got the hack. All right, this is Thunderbolts number 141 for the Siege storyline. And it is signed by Parker, who's the writer. And it's just $5. There's the autograph. $5. Oh, Joel, that's kind of cool. Thanks for sharing the secret. All right, and I've got 2 copies of this. I have got the newsstand and the regular copy of West Coast Avengers number 45. They both have small damages to them. They are not perfect, but it is the first White Vision. The first White Vision. Those are $10 a piece. When you call it, just tell me whether you want to have the newsstand or the regular. I'm going to do Usagi really fast, and then we're going to pause for a break after. This is Usagi Yojimbo. This is the awesome series out of Mirage Publishing, Volume 2 from 1993. It is the thick books. There's number 1. Number 2. And number 3. These are in really great shape. I don't see any major problems with them. And Usagi is so stinking hot right now because of the announcement of the show. This 1 through 3 from 1993 is $40. Brainy's just going to call it his and care what price is. I don't know if this one was sitting in front of a window or something. It has a weird bleach pattern to it. I couldn't find another one like it. So I'm assuming that's what happened. So this one is Space Usagi from 1992, part 3 of 3, and that one's 10. Space Usagi, part 2 of 3, and that one is also 10. All right, I see you, Brainy. This is Usagi Yojimbo Color Special number 3, Fantagraphics books, and that one is 10. Buying for wives is always good, especially her, because I love her. This is from 1991, the main series, Usagi Yojimbo, number 32 is $5. Sorry, I'm putting them down in front of me. Number 34 is 10. Number 35 is 5. 36 is 5. 37, also 5. And 38, which is the last of what I have, also 5. So Brainy takes the Space Usagi and the Run Usagi. I cannot wait to get together again and go and eat food together as a family. All of us. And Tina needs 32. Okay, Tina? Any other calls for Usagi? I mean, come on. It is a samurai rabbit. What could be better? All right, everybody, we're going to take a break right now. Or right now.
When Dr. Frankenstein created a monster, he lost control. Now, the era of monsters has begun. With a robot army at his command, Dr. Frankenstein battles vampires, zombies, werewolves, and monsters. No one is safe. Everything is monstrous.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Hey guys! All right, we've gone and looked at the replay, instant replay, and it looks like we've got a call that was mixed up. So we're going to fix it. If you got the first call, I'm going to pull it from my regular stock and make sure you get it. So it was a Thor 8 problem. That's my bad. Not bad. So I will make sure that you guys both get them. Producer's going to figure out who it is. And yes, Tina, I will find you a monstrous run. Any of those things look interesting to you, you can either get them from SourcePoint Press themselves or use the comic shop locator to actually find them in a local comic shop. And barring all those things, I have a great, gigantic stash of everything SourcePoint, so I can help you out. All right, this book looks hilarious. This one is called Cement Shoes. The name of the company is Horse of Feathers. And it says it's got a pin up inside. This is from 1991. So cement shoes number 1 is $10. Cement shoes. Again, if you're just joining us live, please fill out the doc that's on the screen right now so that I know how to get books to you. If you have any questions, go ahead and interact. Totally comment. Be with us. Chit chat. All right. This is one of my favorite books when I had my first store in the 90s. So good. This one is black and white. But this is the complete story of the daring exploits of the one and only lethargic lad. This is number 1, just $5. Number 1. And I also have the awesome Alex Ross cover of Lethargic Lad number 3. Again, $5. And boy, this doesn't have a number on it at all. Hold, please. Yeah, it does not say it all. That corrects me. Oh, Lethargic Lad number 2, first printing. First printing of Lethargic Lad number 2. I'm going to write it on the outside in case you get it so you can know. And this one is also $5. We used to fight over these when they first came in. It's ridiculous, those books. All right, this is No Such Thing as Monsters from Coral Comics. Super small press, No Such Thing as Monsters is $10. All right, this is kind of fun. This probably came out of a play set, is my guess. If you have never played with HeroScape, you've robbed yourself of a true joy. This is the comic book insert, HeroScape from Milton Bradley, $10. No such things. Okay. The Tina. All right, this is a book called Frayed Ends, Long Time in Coming, Part 1. This one looks really cute. This one looks like an actual relationship book, which I love to death. And it's just $3 to try it out. All right, this is Icon Devil for mature readers. This is out of Spider Optics Comics. This is a true independent book. You know that it's from Canada if it has the Canadian price on there first, I guess. But this number 1 is $5. Icon Devil. And because they have black along the spine here, these all have a tiny bit of damage. This is Icon Devil Volume 2, number 1. And those are also $5. Tina, I see your Icon Devil call. All right, this I cannot find any other place. This is Glory. It is number 12, and it is signed by this really awesome cosplayer back before they usually had cosplay covers. It does have a certificate of authenticity in here, and it is $20, and it is number 42 of 75. Okay, Tina, I got your Volume 2 Icon Devil. All right, this is definitely like trade paperbackville here. This is from Innovation Comics called Torchy. It says illustrated fiction / humor. This is by Bill Ward. And it looks definitely like an 80s hair commercial, and it is $10. Torchy, and it's in gorgeous shape. Very square corners. Very nice. Got 2 copies of this book. This is from Caliber Press, which was the hotness back in the day. This is called Regarding Women, and it is a mature audience book. And I have 2 copies of this at $10 a piece. I know it looks on the screen like that's a photo, but that is actually a picture that someone has drawn. It's Art Taylor. All right, from Ryan Brown. He obnoxiously presents this series, God Hates Astronauts. It is a silly book by the same person who brought you Curse Words, which I'm wearing the shirt of today. And it is just cover price of $3.50 to try out something crazy and ridiculous. If you see him at convention, he will draw you just bizarre stuff. Follow him on social media. He's way cool. All right, this is A Very Zombie Summer from Antarctic Press, number one. And it does have a little cover ripple on it. It's $5. Didn't notice it before. Apologize. Here's the other Afterburn. Here is Afterburn number 3 of 4, and that one's $5. We had the number 1 up earlier. They got separated from each other in the box, I suppose. All right, this is a free comic book day book, which is an awesome one because it has Young Terrorists, which is impossible to find the number 1 of, by the way. And it also has We Can Never Go Home in it, but this is why it's super cool. It has 4 kids walk into a bank on the back, which is in development. It is an unstamped version of this book, and it is $5. Oh, yeah. Those guys have been to the store before. We had the Curse Words tour bus or van come to the store. Boy, that was the most fun. So much fun. All right, this is Gamera, the Guardian of the Universe, number 1, and it is $10. Did you guys see the new Godzilla versus King Kong trailer? Probably said that backwards. You can tell which one I like more, I guess. And my comics being goofies. There we go. Ooh, I do need number 1s. I do, Brady. Yes. All the yeses. Yes. Wayne, I see your calls for the free comic book day. So that is for Wayne. And let's see, Tina gets Gamera first. Wayne Bowen. Oh, where did I put Bowen's spot? Is it behind me? No, I just don't think I've got your pile out here yet. No, it has to be here. Oh, I see it. Sorry. I know that seemed like a big, long wait. I apologize. Yep. Me too. You got to watch that on the big screen if you can, if it's at all possible. Feels like you must. All right. This is Sonic the Hedgehog number 41. $5. Sonic the Hedgehog. And a cool DC comic adaptation of the Paramount animated live-action film Cool World. This is a special from 1992 for $10. All right. Be excellent to one another. All right. I've got multiple copies of this book. They both have a little bit of spine tick to them. This is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure DC Comics adaptation. So this is a DC book. The rest of them are going to be Marvel, so something happened in the middle there. It says Party On, dudes. And they are $10 each. Bill and Ted's. Got an opportunity for everybody here. This is Bill and Ted's Excellent Comic Book, number 1 from Marvel, and those are just $5 a piece. Pam, I don't see your call for free comic book day. I see Wayne Bowen's. But I don't see your call. I'm so sorry. Sorry for the glitch. one is really damaged. And then I also have number 2 of that series, and they're just $3 each. Martin Davis! Bye, Brainy. I'll see you later. Much love to the family. And this awesome book. These are really big and thick books here. This is Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. Bogus Journey number 1, big thick books, $5 each. All right, do we have any Ghostbusters fans? I hope. Martin, there is a great bunch of really rare Valiant that's about to come up, so don't disappear. This is Slimer number 1 from Now Comics. That one's $5. Slimer number 2 is $3. I've got 2 copies of that book. Slimer number 4 does have spine ticks. It's just $3. Slimer number 5 is $3. Slimer number 6 is $3. Ghostbusters. No lie, I worked for Hardee's burger place during high school, and they had like the Ghostbusters 2 like promotion going on. I made t-shirts for everybody. So much fun. Anyone else remember that time? Yeah, that's way down in that corner somewhere. And there's some rye at the top. And some Harbinger on this side. We got 4 corners, 3 corners of awesome Valiant. This is Tom and Jerry Big Book from Harvey Comics, number 1. It's in really great shape. That one's $10. Here's something everyone can win. I have enough for probably not everybody, but a lot of people. This is Simpsons Collector's Edition Comics and Stories. Bart giving you sass on the front cover there. They're just $5 each. $5 each, and you can get yourself a book that features Radioactive Man, Lisa Simpson, Maggie Simpson, and says, "Watch it, man." Tanya takes Tom and Jerry. See Tanya Hansen cover. Call come through. Hansen needs a pile. By the way, next week when Hannah is here to grab the calls, you'll be just as fine to stay on YouTube. Everything will be even back out next week for me. Simpsons to Joel. I got you, Joel. We have kind of seen that there are an awful lot of people from Ohio that watch us. It's kind of cool. My guess was Texas because I'm from Texas, but that was not right. Here is the Sandman Overture number 4. These are all the Sandman Overtures are just going to be cover price. I've got 2 of those. These came out kind of in a weird, haphazard way, and a lot of people missed the last part of the series just because they came out like every 6 months or something for a little while. I also have number 5, so you can finish your set. And I've got 3 number 6s, so you can finish your set. And I've got some 6s, the B covers for number 6. And that's it. So B covers of 6, A covers of 6. I've got covers 5 and cover 4. What's near me tourist related? Usually when people come visit me, they'll drive another like hour and a half down to the coast and go to NASA. We've got really great museums and a zoo. There really is a lot of stuff to do around here. Oh, yeah. So Texas itself is really huge. So sometimes people will say, I'm going to be in Dallas. I'm going to drive by and see you. I'm like, no, you won't. That's 3 hours away. That's really far. But if you come to the Houston area itself, there's a great many things to do. You will not be sad. Tina, I see your calls. And if you come on a day when I've got booked from end to end, I'll gladly go and partake of a meal with you. I love breaking bread with my friends. Hi, Tina. There's your Sandman. As I am just a normal person. Yep, Battleship Texas is really great to go and visit for sure. And there's also Kima Boardwalk down there. You can go to the beach. So much stuff down there. All right. This one I could not believe was in the box that I was looking through. This is a gorgeous copy with only very, very minor stresses to the spine. And they could be ironed out very easily. This is the pink mail-away version of the Harbinger #0 cover. This one comes top-loaded and is $90. $90 for Harbinger pink version from 1992. You just happen to be in the rear, the rare part over here. I've got my 3 rare books all piled in one spot. I apologize. This is from Verotic Comics. It's a Glenn Danzig book. It is the variant cover. It's called the Canette, Canette variant from 1996. There's his autograph on the front. This is Ygritte #2 variant cover. That one's $50. McAllen, probably. Everything's hard to spell in Texas. They spell all kinds of crazy stuff. All right, and this is the rarest book that I have. The only other copy of this that is for sale on the internet right now is a $1,000 book. This is Rough Trade. It is a rare Hart D. Fisher book, and I've got $7.50 on mine. This is an OBO book, or best offer, since I don't know, other than the one that's being offered right now, what it's worth. Because that's the only one that's out there. All right. Everyone, hold on to your butts. This is Tina's favorite stuff here. This is the EC Classic reprint of Shock Suspense Stories #12, and it is $5. Wayne Bowen's going to take the Danzig. I think I'm doing this right. Yep, Wayne, gotcha. I could not believe that I had it either. So what is it about? I don't know, because I don't want to touch it because it's so expensive. I would look it up on the internet for you, though. I'm happy to do that. All right, Tina, I see your call there. Claim all Tina's books right before her. Use the Omega-13. Use the Omega-13. I'll show it to you up close so you can go and do some research. It's called Rough Trade. It's called Rough Trade. And it's by Hart D. Fisher. So see if you can do the Googles. I didn't want to mess around with it and open it up because I was afraid it was going to bend something. That's funny. All right, here we go. This is the same thing. This is a classic reprint of Shock Suspense Stories #10, and it is $10. This is the EC Classic reprint of Shock Suspense Stories #6, and it is $18. Shock 10 goes to Tina. Oh, Brandon. Ooh. It's not driving people crazy. Tina, I see your other call for shock. That is the most fun. I can remember loving the 90s and like getting all my money together to go and buy packs of cards. Oh, it was like, I've never done any drugs, but I imagine it's like that. So Brandon, you know as much as I do about that right now. Oh, I don't know why that is still showing. Here we go. This is Creatures on the Loose, number 12, captured by Corilla. These are really nice, clean copies. That one's 10. Number 16 is also 10. I've got a box of Tron cards at home, the original ones. This is Slaves of the Spider Swarm. That's number 17. And it is 5. This is Fury of Phyra, Creatures on the Loose, number 18. That one's 10. This one's got the Red Barbarian of Mars in it. This is Creatures on the Loose, number 19. And it's $8. And number 20, The Monster and the Maiden. And that one is also $8. Ooh, Tron, right? Creatures, 12 shows for Tina. 16 says Tina. 17 says Tina. Fury of, I know what you mean, Tina. 19, I see Tina. And Monster, I said Tina. You would pay good money for Flash 1, 2, 3. What happens to that one, Jason? I don't know my numbers very well. I know them by cover. Like if I see the cover of stuff, I know them better. But all right, this is Two-Fisted Suspense Stories from The Haunt at the Vault in the Crypt of Normal Man. And this is from Aardvark Van Heim, so you know it's just a spoofy book. And this one is $5. Total spoof, big spoof. Spoof, 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 spoof. All right, here we go. This one's crazy. This one is called The Serial Killings, also featuring a Rip Roebuck masterpiece and Dr. Moxter. This is from Fantagraphics. This is a number 1 and does have small spine stress, but it is a rare book and it's $25. Oh, Jay Garrick. Oh, that makes sense. I'm just going to put it down here so I don't have to stand up. All right, here's stuff that a bunch of people can get in on. This is an EC reprint. Blam, first issue, Two-Fisted Tales number 1s. Two-Fisted Tales number 1s. I've got 3 copies at $3 a piece. $3. Tina Lex Serial Killings by James Sturm. And I also have enough to give everybody that was interested Two-Fisted Tales number 4. And these are $5 a piece. Ah, it goes to Earth too. Two-Fisted, one of them goes to Tina. Brandon. For anyone new, bunch of people means I have more than one. Tina can't claim them one. Is that what it means? It's number 4. You want number 4, Tina? Nope. We got plenty of time, Tony. We're moving our way up. I'm doing the top row now. And then I've got the sideboard. Then I got the sideboard. All right. I have 4 copies of Tony Isabella's masterpiece, Black Lightning number 1. Black Lightning number 1 are $5 a piece. $5. And you can pair it up. Might I recommend a nice pairing of Black Lightning number 2. And those are also $5. You can totally make all the jokes. We all know each other now. We're best buds. Black Lightnings. You think you see a Tanya book on the bottom shelf? Probably. Is it the Chippendale Walt Disney? The Chippendale Walt Disney is 4. These are all like reader copies, essentially. Walt Disney's Comics and Stories was 5. The Top Comics Mickey Mouse is only 3 because it's got a lot of damage. There's a Sugar and Spike reprint down here for 4. And Orange Bird Nutrition How To from Disney is 15. If it's another pile, let me know and I'll go through that one. Black Lightning, 1 and 2 goes to Russell G. Make sure I'm doing this right. Yep, Russell G. No lie, I also have the problem that I need to get new glasses, or at least new lenses for my glasses, because of COVID, I haven't really gone in, so I apologize if I missed something, mostly because I need desperately a way to see better than what I have currently. Tanya says Chippendale Orange Bird. Well, that is easy, Tanya. Tanya. We got Tom and Jerry earlier. All right, this is a very nearly perfect Wildcats gold cover of Wildcats, and signed by Jim Lee. This is a known signature, so you don't need a certificate of authenticity. The gold ones came with Jim Lee autographs. This one is $80 and comes in a top loader. Oh, Jeff Smith. Lucky dog. Get to live next to Jeff. And this is a very nearly perfect Ghost Rider Resurrected trade paperback, back when they were called trade paperbacks and not graphic novels. This one is cover price. Grab it up, $13. All right. 80s artist. All right, this is X-Men Annual number 14. It is the very first appearance of Gambit. It has a stressor right here in the middle of the cover, of the spine, and one right there. And it has one turnover right here. So it's not perfect, but it's not a reader beater by any stretch of the imagination. It's a really great copy for $20. And I have a Marvel Milestone X-Men number 1. It's a silver cover, but it does have spine stress, and it is $4. Ghost Rider trade goes to Tina. It's good reads. Both do garage sales. I love it. And I've got 2 copies, beautiful copies of Rye number 0. They are $20 each. Go. Everyone's always hunting for these. They're usually dirty and beat up. These are beautiful. See who grabs the Rye. If you are not into the Valiant universe, you should jump in. It's so good. The lag is always funny to me because I feel like it should totally have been called by now, but that's fine. Oops. All right, this is going to be super fast removal from the board right after we take a break for these messages.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Mosh.
I love that lead in so much. All right. I am going to try to go back and clear this board if I have time, but I do want to do the sideboard real fast because there's some amazing stuff in there, and I think people are probably waiting for it. I've got a bunch of zombies versus robots. Okay, so I'm going to go through that pretty quickly. This is number 1 for $4. This is number 3, the sub cover. That is also $4. That's cover price, by the way. This is number 5 sub cover, $4. I have got multiple copies of the really cool homage video game cover for number 6, and that's also $4. So 3 of you guys could get that one. This is number 7, and it is $4. This is number 8, and it is $4. This is number 10, and it's $4. This is Zombie versus Robots Adventure. This is an advanced copy. I have not seen another one of these online, so I just marked it at $10. I'm sure that's a great deal. And I've got number 3 of that, and that is $4. Okay, let us jump to it. Number 1 and 7 are needed by Tina. The advanced copy, Tina. Right, Brandon? And that's Brandon. Brandon Luck is in it to win it. Oh. Almost missed one. There you go. I have some 6s left in case anybody needs 6. All right, this is a run, guys. Run. This is the original series of Scheherazade. They are all cover A's, 1 through 5 for $15. Super steal. And the first one's signed. There's 2, there's 3, there's 4, and there's 5, and number 1 is signed by Tom, which is $15 for that set. Just make sure it's not Sonic 36. Ha ha! Thanks for giving me heck. I get it. All right, I'm going to give you guys a super deal buster. Ready? Star Wars Chewbacca, number 1's $2 each. $2. You better watch out. I'm going to go find another Sonic to just put in your pile randomly. That would be funny. So Brandon's telling me I accidentally put that in his pile. Critical error. Jared's going to take a Chewie. I got you, Jared. I am looking forward to my talk with Jesse here in just a little bit. The 6-shooter Jesse James is up on after me. He's been buying some sick, awesome collections. I've seen the pictures of them. You guys should absolutely stick around for the show. All right, this is Psylords number 1. This is the gold cover. You see the gold logo? So it is $30 for the gold logo, Psylords. It's all right, it's a safe space. You can admit whatever you like. I am super in love with Star Wars, so I will love it enough for both of us. How's that? All right, these are minty copies of this book. This is the Deathmate Pink Ash Can for $10. $10. Martin wants the gold copy. That is yours, Martin. I finally found something you don't have. Yay! Didn't think it was possible. Martin's family loves him very much and knows that he loves this stuff, so they usually buy all the cool things for him. I'm running out of things to tell them to buy for him. What is the Davis pile? Well, this is silly. Oh, right here with all the cool Spawn in it. That's why. Spawn pile. All right. Death. Well, what's the condition of the X-Men annual again? Okay. I'm going to show it to you up close so you can see everything. Okay, so if it got a press, it would be much better on the cover because it just is got a bunch of waviness to it. I don't know if you can see the waviness. And then the corner there, the spine has got some issues. There you go. You know all the things. I only have $20 on it, so just $20. Because all of those things exist. Okay, Wayne and Martin both went Deathmate Pink. I gotcha. I should have had more dinner. I think I would have been much better. There's Wayne. It's partially covered up. It's my problem. Okay. You kind of like Star Wars. Yes, you don't say that. You love it. Okay, Angel. So, Brandon, you've got first right of refusal on that book, or Angel will take it if you do not desire it. Oh, I haven't finished the pile I'm in. This is the Deathmate Advanced Comics green variant. I only have one of these, and it's $10. Same thickness, just a couple pages. And I've got 2 copies of this. This is the Acclaimed Comics Valiant Freeview, and those are also 10. I have 2 of those. Told you I had some cool Valiant stuff. Brandon takes the X-Men Annual. Got your luck. Okay, I've got some big boys here. Adventures of the Big Boy, number 151. That one's $5. Number 150 is $5. 247 is $5. And Atlas Comics, which has been picked up to do development deals. This is Tiger Man number 1, and it is $10. Okay, the free view goes to Martin. There's a bag. Grab it onto there. All right, here we go. TMNT number 2. So the Mutimals number 2, 3, and 4. Those are all just cover price at $4 each. Big boys, I got those for you. Got those for you, Tanya? Tanya. Tina? Gotta run before you break the bank? All right, brother. See you later. Hope to see you tomorrow night. All right, these are all green foil variants of Team Javerts from First Light Comics. That's what they look like. Those are $20 a piece. And from Azteca Productions, this is Team Tejas from the creator of El Gato Negro. And this one is $5. Some super indies there for you. All right, I only have these 2 numbers of this series, and I don't know a lot about it, but it's also, it's a Cryptozoic book. Palmiotti and Gray worked on it. It's a book called Wool. So I've got number 5s, and they're $6 a piece, and so are the 6s. 5s and 6s. Tina, I see your call for Tiger Man. Since we're running out of time, if there's anything on the board that you would like to make an offer on, you're welcome to do it. Against the law, maybe. Maybe. All right, this is a reader copy of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Adventures number 10. It's got bug bites in the top corner. That one's $3. This is Adventures number 11 with spine ticks for just $5. This is Adventures number 25, a gorgeous copy for $15. This is regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 38. That one's $5. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mighty Mutimals Presents number 3 for $5. And number 1 for $5. And very much related, I've got 2 copies of this. This is Mirage Studios Presents Gobbledygook number 1. And they are in beautiful shape. They might have tiny spine stresses, but these are $20 a piece. I've got 2 of those. Tempest, Ash Can, I think is down here. And the answer is yes. Reasonable offers always get yeses for me, Wayne. Always, always. I hope it's worth $1 billion for you. That is my hope. By the way, if you ever buy something from me and it ends up being worth a lot of money, I am totally in love with you sending me a message and saying how much money you made on it. Makes me happy. That's my hope, honestly, is that I'm selling you books that are great investments. Someone asked me about these the other day, and I thought I did not have them anymore. This is Black number 1, the B covers. I've got 2 copies of these at $40 a piece. That is in development. Here is a really weird, I just looked yesterday and there weren't any there then either. So this is a spoof book called Wart Blade, Tipping Cows Productions. This is 1A for $5 and 1B for $5. What's the Bill and Ted's that are left? There is Bill and Ted's Bogus Journeys number 1s. They're $5 a piece. Bill and Ted's Excellent Comic Book number 2 for $3 a piece. Bill and Ted's number 1 for $5 a piece. And then the Excellent Adventure from DC Comics, and those are $10 a piece. That is what is still there, which is quite a bit, actually. From Zenescope, I have Robin Hood, I Love You, New York, Part 2, 3, and 4. And those are just cover price at $4. And then I have from Stranger Comics, The Untamed. This is the preview edition, not just the regular edition, preview edition for $5. One of each for Tanya. Gotcha. I think I found a fan of those books. Tanya. Untamed may have a lag. I have to figure out where my Untamed is. Oh, I know where it is. Untamed is yours, Mr. Luck. I thought that would be worth a gajillion more dollars, but when I looked it up, that's what it was for. This is Sword of Sorcery number 4, a reader beater for $2. Sword of Sorcery number 3, much better condition for $5. And Sword of Sorcery number 2 with spine ticks. That one is also $5. And this is X-Force number 1, the second print gold background book. That one's $4. And Mage number 1 by Matt Wagner for $5. Ooh, nice. That would be cool, movie. Ooh, I'm going to come up right to the wire. All right. I don't know anything about this book. It just looks wicked cool, and it's autographed by the person who did it. This is Gideon Hawk number 1. I found them online, and they looked like they were in a little more demand. This one's signed in the middle, right between his legs in gold. Gideon Hawk number 1, Big Shot Comics, $10 a piece. Gideon Hawk. Brooks. But not that Brooks. Steve Brooks. Okay, a lot of people are looking for these back issues of Ragnarok. There's back issues of number 2 I just found, and those are cover price at $4. There's number 3 and number 5. This is the IDW run. Throw those down here. Super rare and sought after book, Bog Swamp Demon, H Press. And this is a $50 book. Comes in the top loader. Bog Swamp Demon. And this is also Bog Swamp Demon number 1. It's a Ethan Van Sciver cover, and it's $25. All right. I just found this book. This is Darth Vader number 5. It is the 1 in 25 La Roca cover. It has 3 first appearances in it. And this is $35. Bog Swamp. Tina, you want the first one I showed? The other one, I think, is the same book. You'll come back for the... Okay, so you're going to skip it for this week? You just want this one? Let me know if you want the second one here. Vader 5 goes to Steve. Great grab, sir. Okay, I got you. And here's some awesome Gru books by Sergio Aragones. This is Gru number 4 for $9. I'm just going by what they have on their old prices because I forgot to look these up. I have number 7 for $6. I have number 8 for $6. And then weirdly, it skips to number 93 for $5. Number 26 for $3. 35 for $3. 69 for $3. Number 70 for $3. Gru the Wanderer, whom everyone loves. I think everything else over there you guys have seen before. I will offer this baby teeth run again. Can't believe no one's taken me up on it. It's both covers of number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Needs a 14. There's a 15 and a 16 there. I'm offering it $75. It should be gone. Some of those are impossible books right now. Gruel. Okay. Gru finds a home. Tina's going to take the baby teeth. Don't read it right before bed. Super creepy, Tina. I know that you love creepy, so that's like saying don't buy something you like, but oh my gosh. All right, anyone have anything on the board they have questions on? I have a couple more things I can show you that are new that you didn't get to see, or we can go back through some of the board. We only have a couple of minutes before I get to hang out with Jesse James. Just want to make sure everyone had an opportunity to try to grab up something that they were coveting up here. I am really a very reasonable person. You're just going to put the bog in your pile? We can always put it in next week's pile if you want. I know you've got a lot of your piles, so. I wanted to show you this fun thing that I found, though. It's just so funny how small the world is. Back in the 90s, when I had my first store, I used to travel around because I used to sign my book, Eighth Beast, at conventions. And there was a gentleman there that used to be on the same circuit as me. His name was Carl Braun. And he since has gone on to work pretty high up in a lot of comic book things and in gaming. He caught up with me the other day, and we've caught up personally, so I know what he's doing now. But I found one of his old books in the back stock, all signed up. So this is a Carl Braun original Crusader #1. If you want one, just so you can give him heck and have him re-sign it, it is $5. I can totally do it. What is the yellow book? Bottom shelf. Okay. I'm guessing this one, or are you talking about the stuff that's laying down? Oh, I guess you guys can't see the laying down stuff yet. It is Tales of Teen Titans Cyborg. These are just $2 reader copies. I've got a Raven. I've got some Changeling. And I've got a Starfire. Those are just $2 each. Oh, you guys are going to give people heck. You guys like it. Moomy, Tina, Winbowen. By the way, I couldn't find these on the internet at all. So I don't even know if He's has any. Moomy, Reed, Bowen. Woohoo! All right, Paul, I see your Raven and Starfire. If Tina calls for the Raven or Starfire, she gets first right if Tanya does, she was asking about the pile first. So, but I've got them pulled aside for you. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. It has been a blast and a half. I've enjoyed hanging out with you. Why did I do that? Why did I just sanitize my hands? You guys are marked safe for me right now, I guess. Oh, my goodness. I see that there's a 6-shooter on the screen. Wait in. I'm excited. After this break, I guess we get to hang out. Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Let me turn my volume up. You need to turn volume up on that. 1 second. We just need to get our volume up so I can hear you.
Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Sorry.
There we go. All right. We are good to go. That was a fantastic show. You just finished up on the experience.
Yeah, it's so funny because I had found some crazy stuff in way far back issues that were from a different store even that are signed by people that I knew back in the 90s. You ever come across those kinds of books where you're like digging through back issues and you're like, wait a minute, I think I knew this guy from back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, we find them all the time. You know, I always laugh when someone brings in something signed by Jack Kirby on the cover. Jack Kirby never signed anything on the cover. He always signed the inside or a panel. But yeah, I think it's fun. I think the key to enjoying comics is actually opening them up to see what's inside it and seeing that they're signed or reading the stories. And I think that's cool when you find those hidden treasures among us. So yeah, good stuff.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever found in a long box of comics, whether it's a comic or not?
So about 7 years, I bought some comic books, and it had some USC programs in it. And I always shake magazines, especially books and magazines. I just fan them out. And a 1955 set of Rose Bowl tickets came out that the stubs had never been cut off either. So that was probably the most unique one. I think over the last 38 years, I've probably found a couple $1,000s in total in 20s and 5s and 1s that people are hiding from their parents. So they'd say, hey, I don't have any money to buy comic books, get the money and go buy comic books. But those have been kind of the cool things we have found over the decades. But, you know, it's funny. I think some of the unique stuff that we find, even if it's a bookmark or we find a lot of receipts from stores that haven't been open in 15, 20 years. Those are always cool. So the hidden treasures inside a book are amazing when we find them. And there's a plethora out there. That's why I always challenge people, always open up those books and fan through the pages. You never know what you might find.
Yep. I like it when I find it both happy and sad thing because I'm worried that they're missing out on something, like they accidentally gave it away. Like when there's pictures of cute kids that are stashed in there.
Yeah.
Get to learn a little bit about the people that own the books.
Yeah, we've found diplomas. It's crazy. I found a guy's picture from 1962. It was a very cool picture of his high school. We actually found it at St. Jude's of Mary in New Jersey. We sent that back so they could put it in their archives. So yeah, cool stuff. I always enjoy it. That's what makes comics fun. And that's what's going to be fun tonight when we just sling away and show you a whole bunch of books.
Oh yeah, we get after it, man. Looking forward to watching your show.
There you go. Awesome. All right, Jen. Have a good one.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
All right, folks, what is going on? This is the 6-year Jesse James. We have a great show for you tonight on The Experience. We are going to be rocking and rolling. Do me a huge favor if it's first time on here, you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Also hit the like button. If you like all the shows that today, you want to hit that like button. That helps us out tremendously. We're going to have a plethora of books tonight to show you, so it's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. I'm going to do some quick adjustments on some of my computers real fast because some of them are way too far. So give me 1 second to move this over. Tina, what is going on? And move that a little bit closer. There we go. My eyes, as you get older, tend not to see everything. You got the whisper in the background. So we are in the Plus Studios in Glendale, Arizona, 8,300 square feet of awesomeness. We provide awesome comic book therapy for all your comic book needs. So we are going to show you some stuff. If you like it, grab it. We are a very fast-paced show, folks. So if you see it, it's going to come on your screen. If you like it, call it, because if not, it's going to go fast. We got Tina on here, who's one of our biggest buyers. So hopefully you can beat her to the buttons today. So a couple of things that we are going to start off with. We have an awesome copy. This is Thanos #1. This is the hip hop variant. Hip hop variant that is $20 today. $20. This is a very low print run, folks. If you haven't seen it, this first time we've actually had it on the show. We got it in yesterday, so we presented it on the show, on our other show. But $20 for that hip hop cover. Great book. $20. Great book to go into your collection. The next thing is Chilling Adventures of Sabrina #1. This is the J. Scott Campbell Nei Rufino exclusive. That is $10. That is our last copy. We had got 10 of those. That is our last copy on that. Our shipping is very simple, folks. $13.99, unlimited shipping. Anything under 10 books is $8.15. We ship out tons of books. So whatever you call goes into your box. We ship it usually within 2 to 3 weeks, or when you tell us to ship it. Next hot book, folks. This is the next hot book. This is Star Wars Force of Destiny, Ahsoka and Padme. Ahsoka and Padme. That is the variant cover, folks. That is the variant cover. That is $50 today. $50 near mint. Ahsoka and Padme. #1 variant. Very cool book there. We also have the Hera set from that series. This is the Hera Dual set. That is $10 each. $10 each. You get covers A and B. $10 each on those. Very good covers. Very good to go. Steve is going to take the Sabrina. That is gone. Steve Dahl, thank you very much. That's the first official sale. Folks, we are one of the longest running shows in the universe, in the comic book third market universe. We have over 650 shows in our repertoire, so we will take care of you no matter what. Next thing up, folks, this is an awesome book, Deadpool Kills. This is #7. That's the hip hop cover, folks. If you're not familiar with hip hop covers, low print runs, there are all variants. There's 50 plus of them. This is the Deadpool one, folks. So this is a great book. Only $13 tonight. First time we're showing it. We haven't shown it anywhere else. You're seeing this book first time. $13 on that. Amazing Spider-Man #1. Renew Your Vows. That is the Comic Exposure Secret Wars exclusive. That is $10. $10. That is the Delgado cover. Secret Wars Comic Exposure Renew Your Vows. $10 on that. We have a fantastic cover by Don and Vampirella #1. That is by Linzer. #1 exclusive. #1 exclusive for Midtown Comics. That is $12 tonight for that book. Next up, we have the Han Solo set. The Han Solo set, that is 1 through 5. 1 through 5 on the Han Solo set, that is $15 for the set. You get 1 through 5, $15 on that set. Very cool there. Johnny Day is going to take Deadpool. Johnny, thank you, sir. Johnny's been with us a long time as well. Very cool. Hey, Allie, what's going on? You did her? Okay. Next thing up, we have Incredible Hulk. Incredible Hulks. That is number 627. That is $15. That's the 1 in 25 variant. 627, 125 variant. That is $15. We have Captain America. Captain America number 1. That is the Perillo cover. Number 1 variant. That is $10 for the Perillo number 1 variant. Very cool cover there. Captain America. He's got the American flag in his hand. Very cool stuff. Kong of Skull Island number 1. That is $10. $10 of Kong of Skull Island number 1. That is $10. We have Justice League number 1. Justice League number 1. That is going to be $10. That is the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. That is $10 for number 1. All our books are pretty much near mint unless we tell you any different. We have a very cool Deadpool versus Thanos number 2 variant. That is going to be Hildenberg Grant. That is $20. $20 for that exclusive. Very cool cover. A lot of purple. We have Gwenpool Holiday Special number 1. Gwenpool Holiday Special number 1. That is $10. $10. That is a J. Scott Campbell Ni Rufino book. Very cool book. J. Scott Campbell Ni Rufino. That is $10 today. $10 for that. Next up, we have Chaos Comics. Chaos Comics, that is number 1. That is J. Scott Campbell Ni Rufino. That is $10. $10 on that book. Okay, next up, first time to the show, we have the complete set of Thanos versus Hulk. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is maybe we mark the set. That's $10 for the set. Thanos versus Hulk, $10 for that set. Very cool set there. $10, ready to go to a good home. We have Wonder Woman number 4. This is the Frank Cho cover. Wonder Woman 75th anniversary. That is $5. $5 for that book. We have Wonder Woman incentive cover. New 52, black and white. That is $20. $20 for that book. Thanos versus Hulk is gone. There you go there. That is a great set there. Very cool. All right. Next up, we have Wonder Woman number 10. This is the Jenny Friesen cover. Jenny Friesen cover. That is $7. $7 for Jenny Friesen. We have Superman Wonder Woman number 11. That is the combo polybag sealed pack. That is $5. $5 for that. Very good comic for $5. If you like Luke Skywalker, this is the Jedi Knight outfit. The Jedi Knight outfit action figure. That is $20. $20 for that book. That is the action figure, low print run, $20 book. We have Luke Skywalker Best Spin Fatigues. That is $8. $8. That is Star Wars 31. Star Wars 31, $8. Dr. Alpha, which is a very hot book. We have not shown this anywhere. This is first time to the show. Star Wars Dr. Alpha action figure, Darth Vader 25. That is $10. $10. Valance Damage action figure. That is Star Wars 108. Star Wars 108 Damage action figure Valance. That is $5. And then you have Anakin Skywalker action figure Star Wars 75. That is going to be $10 on that. That is done by a gentleman that his name is going to Christopher Taylor. Christopher Tyler, who started doing these back in the day. He has done almost all of them. I would say 90% of them for Marvel. Just about anything you see out there, he owns the rights to those. So that's who does it. Christopher Tyler, very good guy. There you go. John Tyler Christopher. I had it backwards, but close enough. Imperial Cadet, Star Wars Han Solo, 1 through 15. That set is $15 tonight, folks. $15 for that set. That is an awesome set. $15, 1 through 5, complete set for $15. If you are a Darth Maul fan, we have a great Darth Maul book up next. That is Star Wars Darth Maul #1. That is going to be $20 for that action figure. $20 for the Darth Maul action figure. Very cool stuff, folks. We do use Square. So Square is just like PayPal. We send you an invoice. Very easy concept. Don't forget, you are watching the Experience, CBSE. We're going on our second week, so make sure if you are watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit like. If you're watching us on Facebook, make sure you follow us on Facebook as well. Help us get the word out as we continue to grow this. We will grow with you as well. So we want to thank you for joining us on the Experience. Next up, we have Mace Windu. This is the photo cover, Mace Windu photo cover variant. That is $15. Mace Windu, this is cover B. That is $15 for Mace Windu cover B. We have Black Cat, black and white. Black Cat, black and white. #1, that is $12. $12 for the black and white. We have Thor and Loki, the 10th Realm, #1. That is Original Sin 5.1 variant cover. That is $25. $25 for that. Next, we have Star Wars Empire Ascendant, #1. That is $5. And then we have the droid set. If you're into the droid, C-3PO, BB-8, R2-D2, all those droids, all in a cool series called Unplugged. Very cool series. Really gets into the droids. I don't think there's any humans in these. You have the regular cover and the variant cover. That is $12 for that set. $12 for that set. That is an awesome set for $12. We have X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, annual #14. That one is $25, folks. If you're looking for a key book tonight, that is X-Men #14, key $25. Very cool book in fantastic shape. $25, first table. Very cool book to own. Spawn 300. Spawn 300. That is the homage cover. That is $23. $23 for the homage cover. We have the Spider-Gwen set. The Spider-Gwen set tonight is going to be 1 through 5. We have issue #1, which is most of the value right there. #1. #2. #3, which is the black and white World War II celebration in New York Times Square. #3 variant. #4. #5. That is $40 for that set. $40 for that set tonight. We have Star Wars Thrawn #6. Star Wars Thrawn number 6, that is $20. Number 2, that is $12. Thrawn number 3, that is $25. Some key books there. We have a couple cool Dawn books tonight. We have Dawn 3 Tiers number 6. That is $5. And we have Crypto Dawn. This is number 5. That is $5 for Crypto Dawn. $5 on that. Okay, up next we have Future State Wonder Woman number 1. This is the Jenny Friesen cover. That is the variant cover. That is $5. Very cool cover for $5. We have Harley Quinn Future State number 1. That is $4. Cover A is $4. Wonder Woman number 1, Frank Cho cover and Nia Rafino, one of the rare team ups on that. That is $7. Wonder Woman 51, that is $4. David Finch cover. Miss Fury Dynamite number 1, that is a very cool cover. That is $6 for that. We have Wonder Woman Convergence number 2. That is $3. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man number 3s. We have marked these. These are normally 10. Those are $5. Guardians of the Galaxy number 5 store exclusive for Dragon's Lair. That is $10. Batman Beyond number 1 Rebirth. That is $10. Superman Unchained number 3. That is the 5th variant cover. So that's cover D, I believe. That is $5 or E. Superman Batman number 13. Michael Turner Peter Staggerwald cover. That is $10. Alan Moore Supreme 52 variant. That is $10. That is a very low print run for $10. We have coming up here, we have up next, we have Azrael Agent of the Bat. That is 48 through 51. No Man's Land. That is $20 for the set. $20 for the set. Thor 600. Thor 600, that is $4. Thor 601 variant, that is $5. Pink background cover. The Powerpuff Girls number 52. Cartoon Network, that is $10. Low print run towards the end of the series. That might be, well, it's not the last issue, but it's pretty close to the last issue. Thundercats number 3. That is $10. And Thundercats number 14 is $10. Battle Chasers, another universe exclusive. That is the Prelude. That is $10. Marvel Time Bandits. We have both copies, direct and regular. Those are $8 each. Weapon X Wizard Half. That is $10. With shirt. All right, next up we have Harley's Little Black Book, Justice League of America number 6. That is $5. David Finch Sessions Preview Edition, that is $3. Mark Silvestri's Sketchbook Top Cow Convention Exclusive, that is $5, 2006, San Diego Comic-Con. The Harley is gone. There's the Tina. We have Supergirl number 1, black and white, Michael Turner. That is $7. If you're a Michael Turner fan, $7 for the black and white, $7 for the black and white book. Next up, we have Halloween Comics Fest, Batman Little Gotham Special Edition number 1. That is $2. We have Comic Reader 178. That is $2. Pardon me, and Comic Reader 217. That is $3. Okay, next up is Deadpool versus Thanos number 4 variant cover. That is $5. Deadpool versus Thanos number 1. That is the convention exclusive, retailer summit exclusive. That is $10. Very hard to get. You had to go to the convention and attend the retailer summit to get that. Same thing with number 2. Retailer Summit 2015, number 2, that is $10. Deadpool versus Thanos, number 1, Ron Lim variant. That is $5 for the Ron Lim variant. And then Deadpool versus Thanos, number 3 variant. That is $5 for that. Okay, up next is Star Wars number 1 DCBS. That is $10, black and white variant. We only have one copy of those. We have the Star Wars or Darth Vader 22 Silo. That is $4. $4 for the Silo. Ugnaught number 30 or Star Wars 35. That one is $5. We have Back in Black 1 through 5. 1 through 5, that is $20 for the set. 1 through 5, $20 for the set for Deadpool Back in Black. We have Batman Legend Dark Knights 21. These are $1 each, 26. Number 3. Number 10. Annual 1991, 1. 25. Those are all $1 each on those. That's duplication in that stack. We have Batman 501, 506, 502, and 508. Those are $2 each on those, normally $3 each. We have Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger, number 17, 10, and 8. Those are $1 each. 21, 26, 3, 10, and annual, and 25. Should be just on the top of that. Got those for you. 501, 506, those are down for $2 each. Uncanny or X-Men 188, that is $1. Folks, if you're into Cloak and Daggers are gone. I lost my screen. Hold on 1 second, folks. Let's see here. Cloak and Daggers are gone. Hey, Lou, what's going on? X-Men is gone. Cloak and Daggers are gone. Wherever I put the... Did I give you the Cloak and Daggers? No? No? All right, so I will grab the Cloak and Daggers once. Oh, there. Right in front of me. There's a gun there. Secret Wars number 8. Secret Wars number 8, that is $1. We have Midnight Apollo. Midnight Apollo. That is going to be Midnighter and Apollo, 1 through 6. We'll then do that set 10 down to $7. 10 down to $7 for that set. 8, Secret 8. Okay, that goes for $1. Those are all our dollar books for tonight. All right, Dungeon Dragons, Shadows of Vampire, Part 1. Marcel, we are then go to break. So once we come back from break, I will be the first to show you, Marcel, what those books are. We are going to be going break here in about a minute and a half. Dungeon Dragons, Shadow of the Vampire, 1 through 5. We are doing these, that is $20 down to $12 for the set. We're doing all our Dungeons and Dragons on sale today, $12 for that set. Hey, Richard, what's going on? Richard, Marcel, we are then be going to break here in about 45 seconds. You are watching the experience on YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you like what you see, folks, every show you watch, hit that like button. Help us get to the numbers that we want to get to. The higher our numbers, the more people we can get on and show you a plethora of good books. So we are then rock and roll. And I believe we are then go to break in about 10-15 seconds here. So folks, again, I'm the 6-shooter Jesse James. This is our first show. We've done over 650 shows, one of the longest running shows in the comic book industry. So we can't wait to come back from break. Have a good one. And then when we come back, we're going to show you a whole bunch of Thanos books.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
All right, folks, what is going on? We are back on the experience, the 6-shooter Jesse James show. I am Jesse James. I am the owner of Just James Comics in Glendale, Arizona. This is our debut show. Even though we've done over 650 shows every place else in the world, we are over here hanging out with you tonight. Don't forget to check out the comic book shop locator. We have the links over in the menu. Check that out. Go to your comic book stores across the nation. Go in there, show them some love, show them support on their Facebook pages or wherever else. Tell them this experience sent you. Tell them that Jesse James sent you, or Jen, or anybody at the comic book experience or at the experience, and we will rock and roll and have some fun. So we're going to continue. Don't forget, hit that subscribe button and hit the like button for us. So when we left, we were going to show you some Thanos books, but we had a question, and I have to go off screen for this, folks. So I apologize for that. Richard, Tampa Bay 12. Now I get it. We were trying to think during the break, what did we show that was issue number 12? And you're actually saying Tampa Bay number 12, Tom Brady. Awesome stuff. Super Bowl bound, folks. We are going to have some fun. Let me reset my screen here real fast. Okay. And then Tina, or actually, someone asked us about Thanos books, I believe. Was that the question? I believe it was on Thanos. So Thanos, I have 2 stacks here. Let me find where that awesome stack of Thanos is. Oh, there it is. All right. So very cool. We are back on track. Marcel, what's going on? Okay. So we have Thanos number 14. This is the variant cover, Phoenix variant cover. Phoenix variant cover. That is $50, folks. This is a very low print run cover. This is the variant cover for $50. We have Thanos number 14. Thanos number 14, that is $40. That is cover A, $40. Very nice cover for $40. Thanos number 15. Thanos number 15, that is cover A. That is $50 there. And Thanos 16, that is $25 for that. That's the Thanos books. We sold a lot of Thanos yesterday. Sold a Thanos 13. That was awesome. Folks, this is a very hard book to get. Extremely hard book to get. Hold on one second, folks. All right, we have Batman Detective Comics. This is No Man's Land, folks. Very low print run, extremely low print run. Detective Comics 737, No Man's Land. That is a very early Harley Quinn crossover. That is 13. We're doing that one for $10 today. We've had this on the show for a couple of times on our other shows. 13 down to $10 if you want a very cool Harley Quinn book. That is the book for you. Next up, we have our last copy. This is something we had a ton of. 737 goes for 10 to Tina. That is gone there. The hip hop cover. So what's cool about this hip hop cover, Marcel, is we actually had this for right there. And then follow the link. We had this normally $30. We just marked this down to $20. Extremely low print run. Extremely low print run. $20 for the Thanos hip hop cover. Cosmic Ghost Rider. I don't know if I showed this. That is $10 for that copy. $10 for that copy. We are fixing some background stuff for us, folks. So if you see me jump off the screen, we are setting our other screens for you. Marcel says sold. That is gone. That is an awesome book, folks. This book, look at it, get a good deep look, because we probably will never get another one of those again. Those are very hard to get. This is the experience, CBSE, Comic Book Shopping Experience. We're 2.5 weeks into this, and we can't thank you enough for your support, both on Facebook, both on YouTube, on all the links that we've had, on the interviews that we've done. We can't thank you enough for your support. The Rise of Kylo Ren, #2, folks. This is a crazy book. Rise of Kylo Ren, #2, cover A, low print run. No one was prepared for this book. $25 for that. We also have Ben Solo action figure #1. That copy is $40. That is a very good 1-2 punch there. Very cool books. Yes, Cosmic Ghost Rider is amazing. We actually sold his first appearance last night. Star Wars Age of Rebellion, Boba Fett variant cover. That cover there is... Oh, okay. Star Wars Age of Rebellion, Boba Fett #1. That is $30. And Star Wars Age of Republic, Boba Fett cover A, that is $20. $20. Very cool stuff there, folks. If you are Zenescope fans, we have 2 books that are a must in your collection. These are Barmaids. These are the damaged versions, #1 and #3. Francesco covers. Very cool guy. $10 each on those. We have 2 of those. $10 each. 1 and 3 on that. Probably one of the most important books for in the future for Star Wars, if you're watching the animated shows and regular shows. Rogue One, this is our last copy. We had a ton of these, probably had 100 copies of these. This is our last copy. Last copy, $20. $20. I don't think you picked up Kong #1 because we did not show that last night. So Kong of Skull Island, folks. So Tina, let me know if that's the cover you're talking about that you want to pick up. Kong, that is going to be big. If you have not seen the trailer, don't do it now. Wait till all the shows are done tonight. We have a huge interview coming up tonight. That you want to watch by my good friend, Dr. Christina Blanch. That goes out. Rogue One is gone. Folks, if you are coming over and you have not seen my shows are extremely fast-paced. They're so fast-paced, I forget where I put books back behind me sometimes. Both Zenescopes are gone. What is that, Nacho? Yep, had to be Nacho. Didn't even look. I just saw Zenescope and assumed it was you. Rogue One, I know you're up here. You can't hide from me. And you're doing a very good job at it. Rogue One. All right, when I find Rogue One, that will go on your stack. I might have hit it doing all my fast-paced talking, but we will find that for you. Han Solo, folks. Han Solo. That is the photo cover for Han Solo. That is cover C. That is $10 today. $10 for cover C. We have some great books tonight. We are going to do a little off on these, not a lot, but enough to make them fun. First book we have is MegaCon exclusive, limited to 350, $25. Red Agent Human Order #7. That's 25 down to $20 today. 25 down to $20 today. That is an awesome, hard to get variant there. It's going to drive me nuts that I can't find that book. Grim Fairy Tales, FCBD, limited 250. This is a free comic book day book that was distributed to 1,300 comic book stores, but they only made 250. Extremely low print run. That is 20 down to $15. 20 down to $15 for that. We have Van Helsing versus Robin Hood #4 cosplay exclusive, limited 350. that is 20 down to $15, 20 down to $15 there. Grimm Fairy Tales Valentine's Day Special, Francesco, 25 down to $20. That is cover B. VIP Zenoscope, San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. That is 20 down to $15. Green did that cover. Next book up is Wonderland 1A. That is 6 down to $5. J. Scott Campbell, Nei Rufino. Very cool cover there. We have the Deadpool. This is Deadpool. Deadpool Back in Black. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is $20 for that set. All 5 copies for $20 today, folks. That is a crazy price. $20 for those cool books. Grimm FCBD is gone. That is 20 down to $15. That is an awesome price, Nacho. Thank you very much. We have Normal Man. Normal Man, these are $1 each. Number 4, number 7, number 8, number 1, and number 5. $1 each on those. Very cool books there. Don't forget to share this with your friends. Get them to come over, rock and roll, have some fun. Get them to subscribe to our YouTube page. Don't forget to hit like. Likes are very cool stuff. If you like the shows on here, hit like as many times as you want. Vision and Scarlet Witch, number 3, that is $5. Actually, don't. You only do it once because you're a racist if you hit it again. Vision and Scarlet Witch, number 3 is $5. Number 2 is $5. And then, folks, these are hot books. We have these for $5. They should not be $5. This is very, very good Vision and Scarlet Witch. This is part of the 12-part series. You have number 8 for $5, 5 for $5, 9 for $5, 10 for $5, and 11 for $5. If you are shopping on the network, our goal also is to get you to the local comic book store. So if you get a chance, you have the comic book store, the comic book locator. Cal will put that link up in the messages a couple of times during this show. So if you want to see if there's a store next to you, you just go to it, put in your zip code, and it will tell you who's near you. All right. Next up, we have Han Solo. This is probably when they're leaving the hangar. This is the Han Solo number 2 variant. That is $10. $10. We have number 3 variant. That is $10. Number 4 variant is $10. And number 5 variant is $10. Let's see here. Where do we want to go? We want to go over here. We'll go over here. We have Star Wars Galaxy Edge 1 through 5. 1 through 5. 1 through 5 is $15. That's the complete run. 1 through 5 is $15 there. We have Venom number 5. Venom number 5. Venom number 5, that is, Venom number 1, that is $5. We have Edge as Venomverse number 3, that is $4. Thrawns, we'll jump over the Thrawns real fast. We have Thrawn number 3. Now, these are all hot books. We actually had a complete series going. Both those were gone before this show. Star Wars Thrawn number 3, that is $25. Thrawn number 2 is $12, and Thrawn number 6 is $20. Tina is going to take the Edge of Spider-Verse number 3. Venomverse. Venomverse. We also have number 2 for $4. 2 for $4 there. Ultimate Avengers Volume 2, number 1, 1 in 15. That is $6. Oh, no. Marcel, you were just calling to look at them, correct? Let me know if you want them or if you were just calling to ask to look at them. Ultimate Avengers number 2, number 1, 1 in 15. That is $6. 2 is gone. Not for this, but for the well, anyways, Ultimate Avengers are gone too. So that is gone there. All right, next up, we have Chaos Wars number 1, black and white cover. That is $3. We have Thanos Carnicized number 4. That is $3. Dark Knight 3, The Master Race. This is Tim Sale, book 1. That is $5. Wonder Woman 37. This is the incentive black and white cover. That is, well, it looks like they sold it originally for 30, but we're selling it for $5. Black and white incentive cover. Came all the way from New York to be sold in Arizona. Totally Awesome Hulk number 1, DK3 is gone. Totally Awesome Hulk number 1, Marvel 92 variant cover. That is, we have that for 20. That is $10. $10. Totally Awesome Hulk number 1 was $20. We now have that for $10. All right, thanks. All right, we have Avengers Prime number 1 variant. Avengers Prime number 1 variant, that is $5. We have the Heralds variant number 1. Heralds variant number 1, that is $5. Okay, folks, we have a key book tonight coming up from Image Comics, Black Flag, cover A. That is $10. $10 for cover A. That is a hot book. The variant is off the hook right now. Gen 13, Generation X, number 1, Marvel Image Comics. That is $2. J. Scott Campbell cover. J. Scott Campbell and McWeeny on the cover. Or for colors. Oh, I just lost my screen, folks. Hold on 1 second. I just knocked myself out of a screen. Give me a second. Okay. And there we go. Sorry about that, folks. Knocked myself out of the screen. And I knocked myself out of the screen again. Awesome. Okay, there we go. All right. Extreme Studios Black Polybag Sealed. That is $2. That has all the Extreme people in there. It has their bios, little sections for them to sign. Very cool part of history. Predator versus Magnus Robot Fighter number 1. That is Valiant. That is $2. $2. Predator is a hot property right now. Justice League Dark number 5 Universe. That is $3. $3 for that. Justice League number 3 Rebirth DC Universe variant cover for $3. Secret Warps Part 4 number 1 annual variant, that is $3. Cerebus number 1 19, that is $30. That is a ebook for $30. Previews Welcome Home. This has all the Star Wars information on it when Star Wars came over to Marvel. So a lot of cool information there. If you just want some history, that's a great book for $2. Welcome Home issue. We have a reader copy, Star Wars Knight of the Old Republic, number 22. That is $2. $2 for that. Black Vortex, Chapter 8, Nova 28. That is $5. That is part of the Black Vortex series. And then Batman Spawn, that is a Prestige, which is a compressed trade paperback. That is Spawn, Batman, Todd McFarlane, and Frank Miller. This is $10. Hey, folks, we have a great series. We are debuting this series on the Experience. This is Herrenberg Comics, issues 1 and 2. Issues 1 and 2, these are signed. Both are signed by Jason Wright, and I forgot the other person's name. I apologize on that. 1 and 2, $6 each. $6 each, or you get both for $10. That's a brand new series for the show. Brand new series for the show. $6 each, or $10 for the set. If you're looking for something brand new, folks, this is a great series to get into it. All super powered women, strong women. So very cool. $6 each, or 10 for both. Okay, next up we have Star Wars Age of Republic, General Grievous, concept design art variant, number 1, that is $10. We have Star Wars Age of Republic Rebellion, Han Solo, concept design variant, that is $10. So obviously they completely changed him. Grand Moff Tarkin, that is a concept design variant for $10. Boba Fett, that is $10. Jabba the Hutt, $10. Darth Maul, $10. Obviously, no one looks like they were supposed to look. Well, Darth Vader's pretty close. Darth Vader, that is $10. Luke Skywalker, $10. Luke's pretty much on par, $10 there. Star Wars Vader Down, number 1, black and white, Northeast Comic Con exclusive. That is $10. Star Wars Vader Down blank cover. That is $6 for the blank cover. $6 for the Darth Vader annual blank cover. And $6 for the Darth Vader blank cover. Next up, we have Captain Atom. Captain Atom is up next. We have Captain Atom number 87. That is $10. And we have, that was number 1. That is the Predator Magnus robot fighter. That is $2 for number 1. Captain Atom, 84 and 87, $10 each. We'll then do both for $15. If anybody wants those, both for $15 there. Up next, we have Amazing Spider-Man 800. That is $8. Cover A for $8. Amazing Spider-Man 799. That is $7. Amazing Spider-Man 798. $7. Amazing Spider-Man 801. 801, that is $7. Baby Teeth #1 Aftershock. Those are $10 each. Those are Midtown Comic exclusives for $10 each. Amazing Spider-Man 316, that is the lenticular, and then it is Spider-Gwen 25. That is $10 for that book. Death of Captain Marvel, lenticular. That is $7. Uncanny X-Men number 142 and Royals number 9. That is $5. We have Superman #1 features and New 52. That is $3 for the lenticular. Cry for Dawn. This is number 5. That is $5. And Dawn 3 Tears #6 is $5. This is The Experience. This is the 6-shooter Jesse James show. This is our debut show, so we want to thank you for joining us on a Monday night. Traditionally, we don't do anything on Monday night, but tonight we decided to come and hang out with you for the first time. We will be on every Monday night, coming on right after Jen King's show. We will always have a plethora of books to show you, non-stop grouping of books. We have $13.99 unlimited shipping. Anything under 10 books is $8.15. If you like The Experience, please hit that subscribe button and hit the like button. Next up, we have Thor, God of Thunder, #4, second print. That is $10. Mighty Thor 22. That is $3. Who is Thor #6 is $3. #5 is $3. And #3 is $3. All right, folks, we have a break coming up. We are going to send you on break. We have a whole bunch of cool things that are then come up during that break. Go ahead and watch, relax, get all settled. I will be back in a few. So when we come back, we're going to show you the rest of the Thors. Don't forget, on your break, you can also check out the comic shop locator to the right of the screen. Check it out. Find a store near you to support. So we are going to see you in a couple minutes.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
Frankenstein created a monster. He lost control. Now, the era of monsters has begun.
All right, folks, what is going on? This is 6-Year Jesse James. This is the 6-Year Jesse James live show, the first show back from break, first time on the experience, hanging out with all my good friends. This has been a great venture for almost a full year to get this going. Hopefully you enjoyed the mini convention we had over the weekend. We now are in our full programming now, 4 hours a day of great sales shows and other interviews and everything hashed together for you to keep you entertained, give you some good comic book therapy. We have very simple shipping, $13.99, unlimited shipping, up to a short box. Less than 10 bucks is $8.15. If you check out our feedback on eBay, you will see we have 42,000 feedback. Never had a neutral, never had a negative. We know how to ship our books. We have fantastic prices. So let's continue showing you some books and let's rock and roll. So we have Mighty Thor number 700. Mighty Thor number 700, that is $7. Don't forget, we will have the interview with Tom King and Christina Blanch on tonight, right after us. We'll leave, we'll go give you some more goodies to look at, and you'll go right into that interview. Very cool cat to listen to. Mighty Thor 700, that is the headshot, that is $7. Mighty Thor headshot, that is $7. That completes the Thor look there. Driving me nuts. We still haven't found that book, Rogue One, but we will find it in a stack. Next up, we have Ultimate Origins number 2 variant. That is $20 down to $15. Black and white variant, $20 down to $15 on that. If you are a Kiss fan, we have some awesome Kiss books here. Kiss Army. This is the photo cover. What's that called? The band, the Kiss Army band cover. That is $10. $10. Very cool book. $10 for that. We had Blood and Stardust. This is each character with a very painted cover version of it. That is $25 for that set. 1 through 4. We have Kiss number 1. This is the band group photo. That is $10 for that one. We have X-Men's Joe Casey writes Kiss number 1 Dark Horse. That is $10 for that photo cover. And then we have covers 1 and 2. Covers 1 and 2, those are $5 each, $10 for that set. $5 each or $10 for that set. Up next, we have Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast. Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast. You have number 2 for $6, number 4 for $6, number 4 variant for $6, and number 5 variant for $6. Invader Zim variant. That is an Invader Zim number 1 variant for $10. Very cool book for 10 bucks. The Boys number 14. The Boys number 14. Only issue we have left in the store. That is $5. We have the Hulk Dole variants. You have the black and white for $25. You have the color version for $25. That is $45. If you do both, we're doing for $35 on those. Invincible Iron Man. This is the DF Mayhew cover. That is limited to 3,000. Sealed. That is $10, folks, for the DF Invincible Iron Man number 1. $10 for that book. We have the Adam Hughes Wonder Womans. We'll then do the Adam Hughes Wonder Womans. We'll then do $10 each. If you do the whole stack, though, we will do them at $7 each if you take the whole stack. 168, 195, 139, 164. Iron Man number 1 goes to Nacho. Thank you very much, sir. Great cover with shirt. 142, 169, 170, 174. These are all Adam Hughes covers, folks. 157, 151, 165, 153, 157, and 164. Those are $10 each. If you take the whole stack, those will be $7 each tonight. Very cool books. All right, next up we have Spawn 300 black and white J. Scott Campbell cover 2019 black and white. Awesome Spawn cover for $5. And if you like that or you want a little color to it, we have the color version for $5. J. Scott Campbell. Don't know who did the colors on that, but J. Scott Campbell. Very cool book. Color or black and white, $5 each on those. We have the Scotty Young Star Wars Princess Leia #1. That is $7. The Scotty Young Angela #1. Scotty Young cover, $7. Avengers Standoff, Scotty Young, that is $5. Little A versus X Marvel #1, giant size, that is $6. Little A versus X Marvel #1, Scotty Young, that is $6. Garbage Pail Kids Hollywood, Go Hollywood #1 or one shot. That was normally $6. We have those for $4 now. $4 on that. Batgirl 32, that is a later Bombshell cover. They stopped putting Bombshell covers, emblems on them. I don't know why, but that is a Bombshell cover. That is $5 down to $3. We have the Civil War variants. That's actually supposed to say $3. $3 each or both for $5 on those. Batman 50, that is the black and white variant. Batman 50, that is $15 down to $10. $15 down to $10. We have Batman 61, that is $10 down to $5. $10 down to $5. Batman 61, that is the variant cover. $10 down to $5. Legendary Vampirella #1, that's the Comics Pro variant, the red and white exclusive for Comics Pro. That is $10 down to $8. Vengeance of Vampire #17, that is $5. Vengeance of Vampire #7 is $6. That's $11 or both for $9. We have Squadron. These are all the Gwenpool variants. This is Squadron Gwen Sinister #1 Secret Wars variant. That is $5 down to $3. Doctor Secret Wars variant, $5 down to $3. Magneto 19, $5 down to $3. Captain America Mighty Avengers, $5 down to $3. Black Widow, $5 down to $3. We have the very hard to get Recount #1. That is first print. That is $10. We have the variant cover, the web variant cover for $20. Children of the Grave Ashcan, that is $10. It Eat What Feeds It #3. That is the web variant for $15. Phantom Star Killer #1 first print, that is $20. Then we have the web variant, that is $40. I forgot what this one is called. What is it called? Electric Black, black and white #1 variant, that is $10 tonight. $10 for that. You have the Deadpool versus Thanos Ron Lim #3 variant. That is $5. Deadpool versus Thanos Ron Lim #1 variant. That is $5. And then we have #4. That is the Ron Lim variant for $5. Batman Little Gotham Special Edition, that is $2. Supergirl #1 Black and White, that is $7. We have Spider-Man 2099 #1. That is first print. That is $3. All right, next up we have Fray of the Gods 1, 2, 3, 4. Sergio Aragonis, Gru, Fray of the Gods. That is $10 for that set. This is when Gru pits all the gods against each other to find out who's the greatest god of all time. And obviously it's Gru, so Gru becomes the greatest god of all time, even though he's not a god. Let's see here. We have Gru, Friends of Foes. This is 1 through 7. 1 through 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, the Gru set was $10. It's gone for 10. And then I have the bigger set. This is Gru, Friends, and Foes. I believe this is when Gru is helping this little girl try to find her father through the whole series. So he's traveling across the world or the countryside trying to find her father. This is 1 through 12. 1 through 12, that is $20 for the set. 1 through 12, $20 for the set. If you have not read Gru, every panel will make you laugh. Every panel will make you laugh. It destroys everything he sees, but it's always destroying the bad guy stuff. You think that they're tricking him. Friends and Foes, 1 through 12, complete set. That is $20 for the complete set. And it all comes down to finding out who her father is, and it ends up being someone in that picture that you would not expect it to be. Next up, we have Frost Giants Fury. This is 1 through 5, Frost Giants Fury. Tina's into the second set for $20. That is gone. Rate this one first, Tina. It's funnier than the other one. I mean, they're both funny, but that one's extremely funny. Frost Giant Fury, Dungeons and Dragons. This is Zub and Diaz, 1 through 5. 1 through 5, that is $10 for the set. Frost Giants Furies, Dungeons and Dragons, 1 through 5, $10 for the set. We have a special on our Wildstorm set. Our special on our Wildstorm set, that is 1 through 24, all near mint. 1 through 24. This is 20. That's 10. All 1 through 24. That is 30 down to $20, folks. So if you want a great series, all 24 issues, Wildstorm. This is when DC takes it over. Warren Ellis writes it, so it's very, very, very adventurous. Let's put it that way. 1 through 24, 30 down to $20 tonight. 30 down to $20 on that. Very good. 30 down to $20. We also, folks, in about 14 minutes are going to be debuting a very awesome boys preview commercial. So be prepared for that. Do not go away. That will be coming up in about 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button or hit the like button. We have the Phantom Stranger, 0 through 1. 0 through 1, that is $3. New 52, Earth 2, we have 0 through 5. 0 through 5, we're then do that 10 down to $7 for that set. 0 through 5, $10 for that set. So you're actually getting $6 for, what did I say? Or I forgot how much I said I had on Southport. 10 down to, oh no, I said 0 through 5. 10 down to $6. 10 down to $6 for that set. Confuse myself a little bit. Okay, next up we have Evil at Baldur's Gate 1 through 5, Dungeon and Dragons 1 through 5, that is $10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 is a variant cover. That is $10 for that set. If you like Dungeon and Dragons, that is your book there for you. Oh, there it is right there. Looking for that book all day. Okay, next up we have Turtles, number 8, or number 15s. Those are $8 each. Number 15s are $8 each on those. We have a extremely rare book tonight, folks. We're going to show this on this show first. It will be gone pretty fast by tomorrow. So you folks are going to get the opportunity first. I do not know what language this is. I just know this is Amazing Spider-Man 129. This is going to be $50. This is 129, $50. That is that language version of it. Normally I can figure out the language. This one I have no idea. So that is $50. If you collect the first appearance of Punisher covers, that is it right there, $50 on that. We have the Hera. We have the Hera set, Force of Destiny. That is $10 each. We'll then do both for $18. We have Ahsoka and Padme. Ahsoka and Padme. That is $50 for number 1. $50 for number 1 on that. We have the Han Solo set. The Han Solo set, that is 1 through 5. 1 through 5, that is $15. We have Justice League number 1. Justice League number 1, that is the San Diego Comic-Con variant. That is 10 down to $7. 10 down to $7 for that. Darth Maul action figure. Darth Maul action figure. That's 20 down to $15. That's from Darth Maul number 1. We have Wolverines number 12 and number 10. Those are $1 each. Some fun books that were sitting next to me. All right. Next up is Secret Marvel Superhero Secret Wars. This is the Deadpool action figure. That is $5. Deadpool number 10, Civil War. That is $4. Deadpool. Well, we'll do Deadpool. All right, we have Justice League. Justice League of America. This is cover 6. That is the cover 6 variant. That is $5. Looks like it might be a connecting cover variant as well. JLA, Justice League number 1. That is the 6th variant. That is $5. Flash 21. That is the lenticular. Rebirth. That is 21. That is $5. Batman 21 Rebirth. That is $5. Batman 22 Lenticular Rebirth. That is $5. Flash 22 Rebirth. That is $5 for the lenticular variant. Action 1000. Action 1000. That is normally $8. That is $5. Jim Lee cover. We have the blank cover. The blank cover is $5. Action 1000 blank cover. We have Unworthy Thor 1 and 2, or 1 and 12. Those are $3 each. 1 and 12, $3 each on those. Okay, next up we have Secret 6, number 1, blank cover. That is $5. Okay, up next we have Batman Curse of White Knight 1 through 4. 1 through 4, that's the complete set. We're going to do that for $10 for Batman Curse of the White Knight. Complete set 1 through 4, $10 for that. Batman Von Freeze, Black Label, White Knight Presents, that is $4. Year of the Villain, number 66, Talon and the Court of Owls, that is $4. The Flash 46 variant cover, that is $3. And Harley Quinn number 1 Rebirth, that is $3. This is the EXP CBSE comic book shopping experience. This is our YouTube page. This is our Facebook page. We have a lot of cool things happening that are then be coming to the shows. A lot of interviews. We have Tom King on after this show, interviewed by Christina Blanch, who is a great member on our show. She's, I think, maybe attended the most shows on the experience. So that is coming up. We also have a premiere video for the boys coming up for something new coming out with them in a couple of minutes as well. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you tell your friends to come on over and hang out and look at some cool books. We have the Lando set, 1 through 5. 1 through 5 is $13. 1 through 5 is $13 on that. We have Batgirl, Birds of Prey. That is number 14. That is the variant cover. That's $7 down to $5. $7 down to $5 on that. We have Wonderland number 1A. Wonderland 1A, that is $6 down to $5. That's a J. Scott Campbell, Nia Ruffino book. $6 down to $5 for that. Okay, we have Cerebus number 55 and 54. Those are $4 each. Wolver Roach, I believe that's what it's called. $4 each, $8. You get both for $6. Dave Sims, very cool creator. Moonshine Sign by Brian Azzarello. That is $8 with shirt. Spirits of Vengeance, variant number 3. That is $4 down to $3. We have Spawn 250. This is the Jacques cover. That is $20. Spawn 250. I forgot who did this cover, but that is $20. Spawn 290. Forgot who did that cover. Madeira, maybe. That is $17. 290. Spawn 264 black and white. Spawn 264 black and white. That is $15. And then we have the Draft Prestige. That is $1 for that book. Oh man, I knocked myself out again. Hold on 1 second, folks. I accidentally knocked myself out. There we go. Okay, folks, Star Wars Insider exclusive limited edition collector cover. That is $3. All right, folks, we are going to do our break at the bottom of the hour. Be prepared for a premiere video from the boys. It's going to be a very awesome video. We will come back. We'll then show you the rest of our Star Wars stuff, a whole bunch of cool new stuff as well. So we are going to go to a break. And we will be right back in a couple minutes. This is the CBSE Comic Book Shopping Experience, rocking and rolling on the experience, the _ experience on YouTube. So Cal is going to take us away. Here we go. Hi, folks. We are back. That was a very awesome video. Hopefully, you got to see that promo video. We will try to get as many promo videos on here first before any place else. As we grow, we will work hard to get those to you ASAP. So tell your friends, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, get people to join or follow us on Facebook. Get the word out. The experience is here. CBSE, Comic Book Shopping Experience, comic book therapy for you all across the nation, 24/7 across the nation on our YouTube. Even when our shows end, you can still watch them. Eventually, we'll fill all those time slots with shows, but when this show ends, it will get archived and you'll be able to go watch archives, look at some of your favorite interviews coming up or have come. Tom King is up next, right after me. So very cool. Don't forget, we support local comic book stores. So don't forget to go to the comic shop locator. It's a very simple link. You follow the link, you put in your zip code, and you can go about 250, 500 miles out, I believe, to find your local comic book store. Go in there, support them, and tell them CBSE, the experience sent you in. All right, so we have a couple of Star Wars magazines. So Star Wars Insider exclusive limited edition collector's corner, that is $3. We have Star Wars Insider Bang with a Bang, Ahsoka, that is $10. And then we have special edition. This is a special edition, folks, that actually has a full story on Ahsoka. That is $20 for that magazine. I think I own all the magazines on those left on the market. So rocking and rolling with you over the next 30 minutes or so. Dawn 3 Tiers number 6, that's going to be $5. Cryptodon number 5, that is $5, or both for $7. We have Don Vampirella number 1. This is the Linzer cover. That is $12. $12 for the Linzer cover. We have Amazing Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man is up next. Number 32 variant. Venomized Villains. That is 10 down to $7. That is an awesome cover. Don't know who did that cover. Most of the time when you can't read the name, it's Delato, but I'm not going to say it's a Delato, but that looks like one. 10 down to $7 for that. We have all new Wolverine 1 in 25. All new Wolverine 1 in 25. That is number 3. That is 15 down to $10. 15 down to $10 for all new Wolverine number 3. 1 in 25, 15 down to $10. We have Big Time Spider Girl number 1 variant. That is 30. We're going to take that all the way down to $20. $20 for that book. We have Amazing Spider-Man. Sorry, I'm trying to grab these from my case in front of me, and sometimes they're hard to get back in. Amazing Spider-Man 666. Amazing Spider-Man 666, impulseparations.com. That is part of Spider Island Prelude. That is 10 down to $7. 10 down to $7 for that book. We have Black Panther, folks. I believe this is a Cho cover. Yep, that is a Cho cover. That is an amazing cover, folks. Black Panther. It has to be a 1 in 25. Issue number 2. Frank Cho, $25 down to $20. Great book for $20. We have Edge of Spider-Verse number 1. That is the variant edition. That is 10 down to $7. That is an awesome variant. 10 down to $7. If you're a Daredevil fan, that is a cool book to own. Savage Avengers number 1. Savage Avengers number 1 Brillo cover. That is $12. We have Symbiote Spider-Man number 1. That is $12. We have X-Force number 2. X-Force number 2, second appearance of Deadpool. That is a Rob Liefeld cover. That is $10. Age of Republic Special Mace. This is Age of Republic. Give me a second to find that. That one is $15. Near mint, very good copy. I hate it when they put stars at the end of the books because sometimes you think those are stress points. Star Wars Age of Republic Special number 1, that is $15. $15 for that. We have Star Wars Empire Ascendant. That is $5. Okay, that goes to Cody. That is gone. Get pickup, Cody. Star Wars Ascendant number 1. That is $5. We have Dr. Alpha. That is number 1. That is the hard to get second print. Number 1 variant. That is $25. $25. Angela, that is the Luke Skywalker. Oh, we got a black dummy. 1 second, folks. All right, we have After Black and White is gone. That is an awesome pickup. Those go for double that. So that is gone. Very good pickup. That is gone. So the only one I have left is the color version. The color version, number 1, that is actually that's $10. That one is $10. If you want the color version, we do have the color version. So Angela, the Star Wars action figures, we have Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight outfit. That is $20. Empire Ascent, $20 for that. We have Luke Skywalker Bespin Fatigues. That is $8. Luke Skywalker Bespin Fatigues. Those are $8. Jason Spawn 300 is. You just want me to go trolling through my pals here. Victor, just give me a second. I need to see where I put a book. I will double check on that in a second. I know it's here somewhere. I'll have the Whisperer see if she can't find it. It's in somewhere in those sets. The color Alpha is gone for 10. That is gone there. RSP, what is going on, buddy? How you doing? Jason, I'll find it. I'll find it. I'm just joshing with you. We will find it and we will make sure we show it to you. We always want to show our books. Hey, Val, what's going on? Nope, we still have a good solid 18 minutes left. Dr. Alpha action figure. That is Darth Vader number 25. That is $10. It's that Spawn 300 with the homage cover. Victor, let me go over the Thrawns real fast. I got 2 more books I got to show. Valance Damaged. Valance Damaged, that is $5. No, it's number 300. It's the one where he's the iconic one, the homage cover. And then Anakin Skywalker, that is Star Wars 75. That is $10. The Star Wars with the gals on the cover. Okay, so this is the hot book. I got, you know what? I gotta show Victor what he called for first. The Thrawns. The Thrawns. We have number 6. Number 6. That is $20. Number 3. That is $25. And number 2 is $12. Yesterday we had everything. Everything was it was an awesome Thrawn sell-off. Okay, so there, Alpha figure, that is gone. That goes there. Star Wars $5. Here, didn't hear a name. The $5 books, that is the Valance damage cover. Even though it's not damaged, but it is Valance. $5 for that. Star Wars Luke fatigue cover. That's the best in fatigue. That is gone there. This is the 6-year Jesse James show. First time. A lot of people in the room are my favorite bingers as well. We have Ugnaught number 35. That is $6. Ugnaught is $6. And then Star Wars Silo action figure is $4. Val, this is one of the hottest books on the market by far. The print run on this is so low. It is amazing how low this print run is. Star Wars Forces of Destiny, Ahsoka and Padme. This is the variant cover. This is the variant cover. That is $50. We sold the cover A yesterday. That is the variant cover for $50. Extremely, extremely low print run. $50 on that. I also have the Hera set. The Hera set is both covers, A and B, $10 each, or you get both covers for $18 tonight. So Jason, the Spawn, both the last 2 figures. So that was Silo for 4, not for 6. Those are gone. So Jason, this is Spawn 300. That was, let me see where we had it. We had it at $30. It's $23. $23. Spawn 300. Iconic cover. That is $50 or $23. We took that down. The Hera set is gone for $18. That goes to Val. The Ahsoka goes to RSP. Val. Always coming at the same time. That's kind of funny how that works. That goes to RSP. Yeah. So 18. Angela, did you want the Valance damage for 5? Let me know on that, as my screen is going all over the place. Our first time using this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens going, so we can catch everything on our first show. We want to make sure that we don't miss anything. All right, folks, this is a great set. What's the Han Solo? What is the Han Solo? Okay, so we have a couple Han Solos here. JSR, what is going on, buddy? How are you doing? Rocking and rolling. Still in San Fran, I'm guessing. Victor, the Ahsoka variant is already gone. That sold for $50. Yes, JSR, that is awesome. Han Solo 1 through 5. Han Solo 1 through 5. That is $15 for the set. $15 for the set. Yep. How about those bucks? Awesome stuff. Great stuff there. I know I thought there was. I have the Han Solo. Okay, so Valance is gone. RSP, I'll have to look. Han Solo number 1. That is $10. That's the photo cover. I had a guy come in from California who picked up most of my remaining keys. We do have The Rise of Kylo Ren, number 2. If you look up this cover, this is actually hotter than number 1 for some reason. I don't know if it's a special, is that a crane cover maybe? That is $25. And then we have Star Wars Ben Solo action figure. That is $40. We will see. I haven't even digested what I did last night yet. So Han Solo set is gone. Han Solo set is gone. That was the Val. We have, where is it? We have a couple of hot Thanoses left. We have Thanos 14. That is the variant cover. That is $50. $50 for the variant cover. We have 14 cover A. All these are early Space Ghost Rider. Number 14, we did sell the 13 yesterday. Thanos number 16, that is 25. Thanos number 15, that is 50. And I'll show you one more stack, and then we'll go back to the regular stuff. I did have a full stack of Han Solos. Oh, folks, since a lot of you are in the room now, I have some very awesome books to show you. Some very awesome books to show you. These are the concept design variant covers for Star Wars. These are $10 each. Some of these are fantastic covers, folks. If you don't have them, these are a must in your collection. Don't forget, right after I go off, we have Tom King interview. So we have a slew of great stuff going on CBSE, The Experience. So here we go, $10 each, folks. If you want these, get them. I will be presenting them on my other show. And if you folks are on my other show, you know these will not last at $10. So now is the time to get it. Luke Skywalker concept cover, that is $10. He's probably the only one that actually looks like the character. Darth Vader, well, Darth Vader kind of looks like him. Darth Maul, not even close what Darth Maul was originally supposed to look like. That is $10 for the Darth Maul. Jabba the Hutt, same thing, $10. Next up, folks, this is crazy. If you didn't get one, this is the one I would get. Boba Fett concept art, $10. Grand Moff Tarkin. Oh, I guess that's pretty close to Grand Moff Tarkin, $10. Han Solo, not even close, $10. General Grievous, that is $10. So those are some very cool concept art covers. If you're interested in something like that. We have tonight. So I'm doing a special price on this, folks. I want to get this into your into people's hands. So we have Luke and Grievous are gone. So we got Grievous and we have Luke gone. There's a gun there. Boba Fett is gone. Ricardo, I didn't even see you in the room. Boba Fett is gone. Let's see here. Boba Fett is gone. Boba Fett is gone. So Boba Fett is gone out of that group. So we got those going. And again, I kicked myself out of the room, folks. This is amazing how many times I keep on kicking myself out of the room. There we go. So we are back there. They put the buttons too close together. All right, so Herrenberg, I always say this wrong. We are doing an intro to get these books in your hand. We're not really looking to say, oh, let's fill the coffers up. We just want you to have a great set of books. I know a lot of you have already bought these sets, but if you haven't, now is the time. We have Herrenberg 1 and 2, double signed on each one with cool cards with them. We're doing them at $6 each. If you take both, they are $10. Both are $10. So if you want a great series, this is all strong women. If you want to support a great local company, I believe they're out of Pittsburgh, somewhere in that area. 1 and 2, $6 each for $10 each. We'll have this up on our Facebook page tonight as well. I know we're getting towards the end of the show, so we can spend more time on it. But those are $6 each or $10 for the set, and we will get. Yeah. Well, she said Boba Fett. This is Luke and Grievous. Yeah, she wants Luke Skywalker and Grievous. But there's no type of just she wants Luke and Grievous. All right. Next up, we have Star Wars Droids Unplugged. A Heron bird set goes for $10. Thank you for your support, Val. We appreciate that. That is a great way to get those books in your hand. That way, when number 3 comes up, you are ready to go. Star Wars Droids Unplugged. That is $12 for the set. $12 for that set. We have not shown our key Dr. Darth Vaders yet. And we are down to 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. Star Wars Darth Vader, number 7. Star Wars Darth Vader, number 7. That is $10. $10. Kylo again. We have Kylo, Rise of Kylo Ren, number 2. That is $25. And then Ben Solo, the action figure, that is $40. So $65. If you do both, it'll be $60. All right, Darth Vader number 2. Darth Vader number 2. That is $20. This is probably one of the hottest books. The people that these are the first appearances on, they have to be someone in the movies coming up because I have not heard of any of them. But number 2, $20 for that. Darth Vader number 15, Darth Vader number 15, that is $20. These are all the key books for Star Wars Darth Vaders. Darth Vader number 13, very cool cover there, homage cover, that is $10. And then we have up next, Darth Vader number 19. That is another homage cover, that is $10, just reverse Darth Vader, not Luke. And then we have Darth Vader 22. That is $15. That is an awesome homage cover. Let's see. Oh, we are going to show. Forgot. So traditionally, we always hawk. I leave that up. Just leave it up. I need it for something else. We always hawk track. So we're that hawk track on the show. We have these are $1 each. Star Trek Space Nine 1, Star Trek Unlimited 1, Star Trek Voyager 1, Star Trek X-Men number. Yes, it's one shot. Early Voyages number 1, and Next Generation number 50 as down $2 as well. So we have a some track tonight as well. Our streak combined. This is streak number 1. We also have Han Solo. These are all variants. Han Solo variants. You have number 5, that is 10. Number 4 is 10. Number 3 is 10. And number 2 photo cover is 10. Han Solo number 1. All the tracker gone. Those are all gone for $1 each. Okay, we have hawked some Trek, we have sold some Trek, but we're going to show you a little bit more a little bit more. So we have 24 Star Treks. 24 Star Treks, no duplication. Photo covers. We're then do 24 for $20. You get all 24 copies for $20. The RSP, the lowest I can go is $55 for the set. That is as low as I can go. No, Val, we're not going to do Whisperer specials on this channel. Other than the Hawkinson track, that will probably be the only thing that will carry over. Okay. So the Trek set, it actually goes for $20. You get all of them, Val, for $20. Those are down there. The Kylo Ren set goes for $55. That is gone. So, folks, I want to thank everybody. We are down to like 90 seconds. This was our first show. This is 6-year Jesse James. We will be back next week. We'll be doing some cool stuff during the week. Coming up next, don't forget, hang out. Tom King interview. Hit the subscribe button. Hit like. Join us on Facebook if you haven't done that. We want to thank you all for the sales tonight. Don't forget all the comic books you bought tonight. Make sure you read, tell a friend, and hashtag the experience CBSN or just hashtag CBSN. So we are going to rock and roll. It's been a great night. Great job to the Whisperer. Great job to Cal running the helm in the background. Everybody, we will see you later. Have a fantastic night. Rock and roll. This is our first show in the books.
What's up, The Experience? It's Kyle. How's it going? Welcome in to episode 1 of Talking Shop. This is our first full episode of Talking Shop. This episode, we visit with Dr. Christy Blanch, who sits down and has a talk with Tom King. about all things Tom King. They talk about his time before comics, the things he's done in comics, what he's working on, family life, all of that kind of stuff. So stay tuned, enjoy. This is Dr. Christy Blanch and Tom King.
Thank you, Kyle. Hi, I am Christy Blanch, and today I have the honor of getting to interview Mr. Tom King.
The honor? Oh, wow. I definitely don't deserve that. I have the honor of being on a podcast with you. I've known you for so many years. It's wonderful to see you in the midst of the plague. It makes my day.
It is. Yeah, we've known each other quite a long time because when we met, you had Once Crowded Sky out.
Yes, and you were very kind and like took a copy of it and pretended you'd put it in your store or whatever. I very much remember you were so.
I already owned a copy of it, and you were like, "But here, take this one." And I'm like, "Okay, here's my book. Here, you take this one," and we traded. And then I was just like, "Wait, now Tom's like the hottest writer in comic books. What have I done with my life?"
You have like a responsible life. You run a business. You employ people. I just make up random things I don't have a real job. You should be proud of it.
Well, we're just trying to hold on right now,
Yes.
Okay, so how are you doing through all of this plague that's going on?
I mean, I'm either doing it's the one of the curses of this plague is you don't know sometimes if you're doing really well or doing really poorly. Like on the one hand, my wife and I and my 3 children are healthy and happy and bearing down, and my wife works for a cable company which is in charge of putting Wi-Fi up, so her job is booming, and comics are doing well, so my job is booming. So like on that level everything is wonderful, but on the level of just watching this horrible thing streak through our country and not knowing what damage this is going to do to my children for a year staying at home. And on that level, it's totally crappy. So it's like, you're halfway between, optimism or pessimism, wherever you want to go.
Yeah, it's like you don't quite, that's exactly it. Because I forget sometimes that we're in the middle of this until I'm like, oh, I get to go. Oh, no, I don't get to go. I don't get to go see Mom, and I don't get to go to Baltimore, and I don't get to do this. So it's been a weird year without conventions. So I guess you can write more because you're not at conventions.
It's been incredibly productive as a writer. I'm so far ahead in everything. Rorschach is done, Strange Adventures is done, Bad Cat's almost done. I'm working on the next projects. But I miss conventions. I was just talking to Tim Seeley, I think 2 days ago, and we were talking about this vaccine, and we're like, if everything goes well, there's a possibility that San Diego could happen. It's not like incredible. We're like, what San Diego? We were just having this, the way guys used to fantasize about, being president or running the world. We're like, maybe we'll get to go to a bar,
Right?
That's my dog.
Roxy is good.
Roxy's good. She a treat to get the kids.
Have there been, so I'm finding that I just don't have the concentration. I mean, running the shop, it takes, because we're doing live shows, as you've been on our live show, which
you guys
blew my customers' minds, by the way. They were like, oh, that was really Tom King. I'm like, I know. No, you don't understand. It was Tom King. And I'm like, okay.
I'm going to use my fancy way to shut the door so you can hear my dog. Pushing original art against the door.
There you go.
And then she immediately comes back. Stop. Useless.
She's like, yeah, whatever. But it's
it was wonderful being. The comics have survived as much as they have because of people like you who are doing the hustle, who didn't give up on the medium when it would have been very easy to just give up on it. So you're keeping my food on my table. I can't be more grateful.
Well, I think and vice versa, because with you putting books out still, it's keeping food on my table. So, actually, it's just in my hand. I don't actually sit at a table anymore. So I eat as I invoice, So.
Well, I know I realize it's rough because DC's done so many weird moves on the retailer end, but from the freelancer end, it's been really great working for Jim and DC right now. Just right from the beginning, Jim was like, "You guys keep going. we'll catch up when we catch up. He was like, we're not pausing, we're just going full speed ahead.
Well, that's good to know. And it's like
I might have to pause. I don't know what my dog is doing. I know she was going crazy.
this is Roxy.
This is Roxy. My dog was going. My kids are leaving. They're once a day. They go out with the sitter and go on a walk for an hour just to get out of the house. And this is driving my dog insane.
Because, yeah, she's the mom.
She is the mom. I don't know.
It's okay. We're used to it here. I usually have my 2 dogs with me when we do the shows. So every so often they'll just go off. So it's interesting. So so you did a Once Credit Sky, but before that, so you had this job where you were with the CIA.
I was for 7-8 years, depending on how you count.
Yeah. So I kind of wanted to talk about, so after a certain point, and you guys had your first baby, you were like, decided I'm either going to do comics or I'm going to stay with the CIA. So what was that? I mean, what was the like deciding factor in all of that?
Yeah, that was, it's definitely the hardest decision I made in my entire life. And the one I'm sort of like, did I do the right one? Did I make the right, like to this day where I'll see, because my generation of CIA officers who are sort of in my class are now like getting into the leadership positions, and I see them, and they're starting to really run the intelligence. And I'm, they yell at me for saying this, but I'm there's a part of me that's jealous. I wish I was sort of overseas doing that, and just yeah, I love that job. I love being the CIA. I just, you felt like you were contributing every day to something bigger than yourself, which is a good feeling. And also it was just interesting and exciting and all those things. But yeah, so what happened was my wife and I took a year off from CIA. I kept my cover. I was undercover, people thought I had a different job than what I had. And I kept my cover for a year while I was a house dad, to care of my kid during the day. And I wrote at night, Once Credit Sky. And that had gotten picked up by an agent after a year, but hadn't been sold to a publisher. Mm-hmm. And my wife and I had went to a coffee shop, this local coffee shop, a Starbucks up in McLean, actually near CIA headquarters. And she had just gotten, we were going to have our second child, who's Claire, who's now 10, turning 11. And we were sitting there and we're like, Claire came a little faster than we thought we would. So we didn't, what was the next step? Was I going to go back? What we for childcare with these 2 kids who were going to be just, 14 months apart. And we sat in the coffee shop, we went through all these things and, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of that conversation, I was like, okay, I'm going to tell CIA I'm out. I'm going to take out my cover, which would be the end of my sort of career, because I was only thing I knew to do was be clandestine stuff. I didn't know how to do the overt stuff, and just become a writer permanently on the basis that this agent will eventually sell this novel. It was a hell of a risk. It was a hell of a risk, and I don't know how I took the courage to do it. I think it helps that my wife was like, I don't want you to be going back to Iraq or Afghanistan. And but yeah, that's someone asked me if it was my kid. I did an interview for my kid's school, and they're like, wow, that was a really courageous decision. And I was like, no, it wasn't courageous, because I felt like it was cowardly, because I wasn't, it was much physically easier to stay in DC and write than to do the CIA thing. But yeah, so then that's what, and then God willing, it worked out for a little while at least. I sold the book. My daughter was definitely born, because I remember it was at lunch. I used to take my kids. My wife works in downtown DC. I used to take my kids in a stroller. The 2 of them, meet her for lunch once or twice a week. And it was during one of those lunches, where and it was so chaotic, as you're in some sort of little fast food restaurant. You got 2 babies crying, and my wife's in her business outfit and trying not to get dirty. And then in the middle of that, I get a phone call, and they're like, "Your novel sold." I was like, "Yay!" And then the novel sold. Yeah, but Charlie just pooped. Okay, well, we'll change the poop and then we'll celebrate. And then that was the start of something. And the novel was a big flop, so then it was like all had to start over. It was all stops and stutters.
It's such a good book. If you have not read A Once Crowded Sky by Tom King, which we have in the store here, it's excellent. That was my first introduction to you. But before that, before your career in the CIA, you were an intern at both Marvel and DC.
Yeah, in college, I was an intern at Marvel and DC.
Very few people, I think, have been interns at both, the big two.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because Tim Seeley was an intern at Marvel almost the exact same time that I was, and then and I was a Vertigo intern. There's been a lot of Vertigo interns who have sort of made it in comics, including anyway, there's a bonus. But yeah, I was at Vertigo first. I did that first. I went to school in New York specifically because I wanted to be near the comic book industry. I always wanted to be a comic. I didn't tell anybody that. Like when I picked my college, I was like, no, I'm this for because of the banners or whatever I said. But I was really wanting to be near the comic book industry. And my mother was a studio executive at Warner Brothers, and so in the classic privileged way, I eventually begged her to get me to something. And she knew Paul Levitz, and so I went and interviewed with Paul Levitz. And I was like, my mind, because I was a big Legion of Superheroes fan, so my mind was just melting just talking to him. And then he's like, yeah, well, let's get you started. And I was very excited because I was, and he's like, here's your office. He's like, Vertigo. And I was at that point, I was all superheroes. I'd never read an indie comic in my life. And I was looking around, I was like, oh no, I wanted to work on Superman. And I was like, what is this? What is this? All this goth stuff? I don't understand. Yeah, but it was a funny office. Cliff Chang was there. Shelley Bond was there. Karen Berger was there. Some legends of even Axel Alonso, who went up to be on Marvel, was there at that time. Stuart Moore, now a writer for Ahoy Comics.
That's crazy. That's fun. So then, how did you get to Marvel from there?
So I was a Marvel zombie. That was kind of like where I lived and breathed as a kid. DC was definitely a second love for me, although I was big into DC. I mean, I was a huge comic book guy. That was just my life as a child. All I did was read comic books. Some of these are from my original. You can see this is from when I was a kid. I've worn this little comic. There it is. Like this is my.
Oh, nice.
My McFarlane, Peter David Hulk. From when I was 12 years old.
That's my favorites. When somebody has, I've read this book so many times. I'm sorry it's so beat up, and it's like, no, that's awesome.
Right? Yeah, when someone brings me a book that's really beat up this side, I was like, oh, it's got some love in it, man. This
yeah,
I like
exactly.
This. So I wanted to. So I applied for their internship program over. I don't even know if it was over the website. I tried to go from DC to Mad. Like the detailed history of my life. So DC was on the 7th floor. Mad magazine, which was bigger back then, was on the 5th floor, and they had a paid internship program where you get like $1,000 to work the summer. So I applied for a Mad internship, and I did not get it. It was very. Do you want to hear the story? It's a little racy.
I do.
This is a different time. This is the 90s. I just want to clarify that. And I went in for a Mad interview to be an intern. And I had not read, this is a good lesson for all you kids who are going to interviews. This is before Twitter. I had not read the paper this morning or seen the news. And it was the day the Monica Lewinsky thing broke. So this is 98, 97-ish. And she famously was an intern. And the first joke that sort of spread among culture was that people were sleeping with their interns.
Mm-hmm.
That was a joke. And so I go to this interview with this Mad magazine, and there are, these are the funniest guys out there. They're the Mad writers, and they interview, and the whole interview is like, "Are you funny? Are you funny enough to work here?" And they start throwing the dirtiest jokes at me because I'm the intern. So it's all just like really sexual jokes, and I have no idea because I hadn't read the paper this morning. I was like, "Why is everyone talking about it?" I was like, I don't. They're like, I don't. So you're here for the internship, huh? We know what interns are for, And are you going to give us the presidential treatment? I was like, I don't know. Again, this is not something that would ever happen 30 years later. Thank God our culture has changed, but that's the way it was in that sort of. And so I totally flopped that interview because they were like, this guy doesn't get any of our jokes. Who's this? So I did not. When I got home, I was like, "Oh, now I get the jokes. I was the intern." So I flubbed that interview. I ended up getting the worst job in the world. I was a copy editor for Forbes. So I was just trying to get into comics. So I was like, oh, it has the word editor on it. So I got that. And then, and so the next year I applied for Marvel and got a gig as Chris Claremont's like intern,
Nice.
T-boy, basically. The guy brought a coffee. It was more, just working at Vertigo. I was literally the copy boy. I would use the photocopy machine. I was the master of the photocopy machine. But they're great stuff. I was photocopying Transmet pages and, Sandman. It's not like it was sort of post Sandman, but it was like that was still having a big impact. Anyway, but at Marvel, I was actually working on the books where I was working on the creative side.
So at that point, did you ever, in your wildest dreams, believe that I'm going to write Batman?
My wildest dreams? Yes, since I was 7 years old, I was in my wildest dreams.
Okay, your realistic dreams.
Yes, and it was heartbreaking because I worked for Chris. Chris at that time, he was the creative director, so his job was, I call him Chris. It seems weird. I call Mr. Claremont. We never Chris and Tom. It was definitely Mr. Claremont. But his job was to review every script that came into Marvel at that time. And it was a really cool time because it was the transition between sort of modern comics and lots of, there were still the Roger Stearns and the John Byrnes who were still writing the old Marvel way. But then there's like the Kevin Smiths and the Paul Jenkins who were sort of setting the new standard. And so we would review every single script and review it. And Chris would tell me what was wrong with it because Chris is very opinionated. And he would be like, that sucks, that sucks, that sucks. It was a great way to learn comics. But by the end of it, I think Chris was nice enough to be like, well, what do you want to do? I was like, I want to write comics. And he let me pitch 2 or 3 ideas to him, one of which got accepted by Bob Harris, who was in the editor-in-chief of DC Comics. It was Black Knight. I didn't realize until later, but it was basically ROM. I pitched ROM with Black Knight in it. And I got hired. Like they developed, I got a check for $600, which was, so much money to me back then. And I can't believe they paid me for developing. That's not a thing in comics anymore back then. And I wrote this Black Knight issue 1. I was like, I'm I'm Jerry Conway. I'm starting at 18. I'm breaking. Or I wasn't 18. I was 21, but I still thought myself young. And I was like, this is going to be my life. This will be my job from now on. Then. Like literally that was 2000. I graduated from college in 2000, and then comics, the whole industry collapsed. Marvel went bankrupt. Bob Harris called me to tell me that comics were a dead medium. In 6 months, there would be no comics, and Black Knight was canceled. But they paid me a cancellation fee, which I still remember was $1,040, which was
wow,
which paid for my summer after college, $1,000. Allowed me to be lazy in my mother's house, and then I went off to be a lawyer. So that changed everything.
So what was your push to go into the CIA?
So I was working after we're going detailed into my life.
And I'm like obsessed with this whole CIA thing. I think it's so cool. Also, I want to give kudos to your wife when people were like, Tom wasn't in the CIA. And she was just like, okay, I'm stepping in. You tell them this. I was like, you go, girl. Because, hello, it's public record.
It very much is, and you can check. And it's funny you say that because this week, Darryl Blocker was floated to be Biden's head of the Central Intelligence Agency. You can look it up on Google or something. That's my former boss. We spent a lot of time together. So if you want to ask Darryl, you may. I have pictures of us together. So it's very. So when I saw like he's been undercover his whole career, so it's like, oh man, Darryl's out of this. That's cool. So, yes. With the CIA. So after that whole debacle with the Black Knight, I joined my other ambition was to sort of save the world kind of thing. When you're young, you want to do that kind of thing. So West Wing was out at the time. I was like, Washington, D.C., that's where people save the world. So I went to D.C. I got a job at the Justice Department, a very cool job where we were helping victims of nuclear radiation who got exposed in the 50s. Those big bombs that went off in the 50s, and they got exposed and they got cancer later. The government created a program to help them pay their medical bills. And so we were running the program. I say we because my wife was sitting next to me at the time. We were both, again, 22 years old, young little Turks. And so basically my wife, and we were running this little program where we were just helping these cancer victims. And that's when 9/11 happened, of course, shortly thereafter. And I was just trying to, like a billion other people, I was trying to do something, and I was no good at anything. So I thought I was good at information. People forget these things, but they're not history. But like everyone's like, we need dot connectors. People put dots together. That was the big term, dot connectors. And I was like, oh, I can do that. Because I'm good at putting. That's why I love comic books. I love being like, oh man, Vision was on the Avengers in issue 67, and then he came back in issue 86. I love sort of doing all that sort of stuff. So I applied over the internet like a chump. They did not recruit me. It was not a Men in Black situation. And this is a literal true story. It sounds like it's from a movie. I swear on my children, this is true. I went to the first meeting. You go to a meeting, and they send you all this sort of clandestine, like, you're going to go here, and it's going to say like, hotel marketing, but it's actually CIA. I'm like, oh wow, that's so cool. I'm doing cool things. And you go and you sit there like your first sort of briefing on sort of what the job you're applying for is. And sitting next to me, like in Men in Black, was on one side of me was like a good old boy, special forces, had already been in 5 wars, could kill a man with his pinky right next. And on the other side was a dude who had 7 degrees in foreign languages and had a PhD. And I was like, I knew Chris Claremont back in the day. I was almost the writer of Black Knight. I got $1,000 from 44. So I did not think I would make it through the process. I was just shocked as they were when they accepted me after. It's a year. It takes a year. It takes a year to get through sort of the. You get through. There are 1,000 interviews and 1,000 tests they put you through, and then it takes a year of training after that, where they try to wash you out. So I was very amazed that I got through those 2 years. It's
pretty amazing that you did that and succeeded.
Yeah, it's bizarre to me that I was. Because I was such a nerd. I'm a city boy. I was raised in Los Angeles. So the first time you go into paramilitary training, you're sitting there with these guys that are from Nebraska, or from Indiana, and they're just like, yeah, I was born. My dad gave me a gun on my 2-year-old birthday, and I started going out there. I was like, I've seen Star Trek. Is it like a phaser? So that was like the first time I fired a gun. It was when I was in training, and they're like, "What are you doing? You have no idea." So I was. It boggled them, but then there were advantages to me at least a little bit. So eventually, I got pretty good at it.
Well, yeah, you didn't have anything to overcome. Don't do it this way. Do it this way. You just learned the right way first. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm raised in a mixed family where my father is Protestant, my mother's Jewish, and these are Midwestern, very quiet, rural Protestants, and my mother's very city Jewish, urban. It's like I had this sort of mix of cultures in me, and so I kind of knew how to, for lack of a better word, code switch to different cultures. Mm-hmm. And also being a nerd, when you're a nerd, you have to hide your nerd. At least when I was a kid, I think that was really, really helpful in terms of the CIA, because I was a different person when I was in a comic shop than I was when I was talking to a girl. There were two. So all that stuff came to me when I was like, okay, this is, yeah. So all that stuff helped when I finally got into the field. It's like, okay, I get it. I see why they hired me. I can fit in here. Yeah.
Awesome. So fast forward, you did.
I know we've gone through 2 years of my life. This is gonna be a 5-hour interview.
Yeah. So when you were 3, no. So you decided that you're gonna become a writer. You did the Once Crowded Sky. It got published. It's awesome. Then what was your next step? How did you get on to Grayson? Was the first thing after that? Is that correct?
Yeah. So I wrote. I wrote a novel in between, which is still unpublished. Once Crowded Sky. I wrote a novel. It's hard to sell in your first novel. That's super hard. Selling your second novel when your first novel is a flop is even harder, because there's potential in someone who's never done it before. Oh, maybe he's a hidden gem. You're like, no, someone's tested you. You already messed this up. So I wrote a second novel, could not sell it. Started writing a third novel, and in the middle, I was doing, like you saw me, I was doing conventions where I would go and give my books out. And I would, and I did, I think 13, this is 2012, 2013. I did, as many conventions as I could. Every little hotel I could find anywhere anyone was buying a comic, I would buy a table and sit there and give. And I remember, I'd order my books from Amazon for $14.25 and sell them for $15. I got 75 cents a pop. I'm a very forgiving wife. If you wonder why all my books are dedicated to my wife. So I did that, and I would get like an editor's, card here and there. And then eventually what happened, I think it was Cliff Chang. Cliff Chang was supposed to be the artist on my original book. And so I had his phone number, and I saw him at San Diego, and I was like, look, my book came out. It got good reviews. Nobody bought it. Is there can I turn this into a comic book gig? And he was kind enough to give me all the emails of every editor in comics. I emailed them all, so like 30 editors. One of them replied, Karen Berger, who I'd worked for 10 years before that.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked me to pitch her at New York Comic Con. I pitched her. She hated my pitch, or it was like, it came out of my mouth, like you could just see she had no interest in it. And I think really out of pity, I think because she's like, oh, I brought this guy out here, she gave me to Mark Doyle, who later became a big editor at DC. And she said, can you just do an 8-pager with this guy, 8-page short story? And I did that 8-pager. It went over well. It was in Time Warp. And that was my first comics. And then Mark and I, for like 6-8 months, we worked on, it's very funny. We worked on a pitch that I did that got Vertigo accepted. It went through, I don't know if Karen or Shelley was in charge then, but it got through Vertigo. It got to Dan DiDio. He's like, who the F is Tom King? And he threw it out. And then, that pitch is being turned into a major TV show. So it's kind of funny. Like they totally rejected it, but now it's like going to be on your TV screen. And then I pitched this. And at that point I was like, man, I am washed out. I cannot get work. And so I finally decided to write about CIA stuff. So I wrote about Iraq, and that became Sheriff of Babylon. So we pitched that. And that went again through Shelley or Karen, and then got to Dan. I was like, I still don't know who this guy is. I'm still throwing it out. And now, they're doing stuff with TV stuff with Sheriff. So I love these pitches Dan's throwing out. I was like, Dan, they're going. But because Mark and I had gone through that process, I think when Grayson came about, he fought for me to get that gig because he's like, man, this guy keeps getting rejected. I want to give him a platform. So it was Mark Doyle who gave me my first break on Grayson. And that's how that started, with Tim Seeley co-writing. Third Tim Seeley reference. That guy's living in my head rent free.
Yes, pretty soon he's just going to appear. So the CIA though had to review your script of Sheriff. It started out the Sheriff of Baghdad and then switched to the Sheriff of Babylon. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was Sheriff of Baghdad. Right before it got published, we got an email from a guy, I think in Oklahoma. I'm going to get this wrong, and I apologize to him because he'll probably watch it. And he said, I'm the Sheriff of Baghdad. And he had a very small website where he took guys out into to rural areas and gave them sort of paramilitary, this is what it's like to be in Iraq kind of training.
Oh, okay.
He had a business called Sheriff of Baghdad. And he's like, I'm fine if you use this name as your title for your thing, but you have to give me 80% of the profits. Thank you. We're like, he's like, just change the effing name. So so we changed it to Sheriff of Babylon. I still like Sheriff of Baghdad. I think it's still a better title, but so it goes. Sheriff of Babylon. So it's very biblical, Babylon.
Well, unless somebody goes to get your book and they accidentally get Pride of Baghdad, and then they'll be confused.
That's a good book, Pride of Baghdad.
So were there any big changes that you had to do when it was reviewed by the CIA, or was it pretty much like, this is okay?
Not a single change the whole time. I mean, I get really guilty about this stuff in terms of what I say and what I don't say. Like even when I was talking earlier about Daryl Blocker, I had this they train you to have this little voice in the back of your head, like, oh, you're getting close to a line, I'm gonna come get you. It comes from in the CIA has to take polys. So and poly is like a way for somebody to look into your soul. So you constantly think like, oh man, when my poly this is gonna come up. So I'm pretty good at knowing not to say the wrong things or do the wrong things, and that's why if you look in Sheriff, there's no CIA stuff in there.
Yeah.
There's no. It's about. That's why it's a crime. That's literally why it's a crime series instead of a CIA series, because I didn't want to talk about that stuff. But it was funny because in the beginning you would send it in, and it would take a month or two. By the end, it was the next day. In my head, they're very it's very opaque because they don't want to talk too much, so they just send you an email. But in my head, I'm like, oh, they're enjoying this. You know, they send it back right away. They like this one because they get these like a lot of mostly what they do with these sort of academic people who come in. The CIA have to submit these sort of long works on like Haitian economic policy or something. So I think hopefully they were like, oh, a crime series in comic books.
We can't wait for the next one to come in.
So yeah, that's the only book I did that with Sheriff, all 12 issues.
So the rest, well, the majority of your other work has been superheroes. So how much does that CIA background, because that's, even though it was not even a decade, it still is like it has such an impact on you. How much does that background like infiltrate into your superhero stories?
It's almost immeasurable. It's how I spent my 20s. That was my writing school. That was my graduate school. That was my education. But yeah, it's there in everything I write. I'm super happy I did it. People come up to me all the time. They're like, "Oh, I'm in my 30s or 40s. I can't ever be a writer." I was like, "Oh my God, you have such an advantage over all those 20-year-olds who are writing because you've actually lived a life. Like you have that experience." And you can draw from it. So you can see it all over my. You can see it all over Mr. Miracle. You can see it all over. It's everywhere. My sort of cliche line, I guess, like it helps if you're writing about people getting shot at if you've been shot at. But I don't. It's a cliche I kind of put out there. What it more helps is it. And I think this is probably maybe a fault in my writing or not a fault, but like, so I've been saying this a lot to people, but when I read Jonathan Hickman stuff, which I love, Hickman does this thing with his superheroes where he transforms superheroes into gods. Like when you're reading his books, you feel like you're on Mount Olympus and you're overhearing these sort of conversations between the people who are controlling the earth and the weather. And I do the opposite. I feel like I'm the guy who takes these sort of gods and squishes them down to earth. And I feel like hopefully when you're reading my book, you feel like you're hearing a conversation between your aunt and your uncle. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what CIA gave me. And the fact that like in your head, CIA is like, it's James Bond. It's all these cool things. And it is cool things. They're accomplishing amazing things. But these are human beings that are doing it.
Yeah.
And these, and with all the faults of human beings. And I met the guys who I consider to be, the top heroes in the industry. And then like I got heroes and I was like, man, you have done things that are so amazing and you saved thousands and thousands of lives, but kind of knowing you're kind of a dick. So like, and the opposite can be true too, where I was like, man, I love you. You are so great. And yet you are so crap. Like the world is a much more complicated place than, man, I'm in the CIA, therefore I'm James Bond. Like it made me think of people as being more human and realizing that sort of like beneath the job, there's still the person, I think that's probably the biggest effects from my CIA stuff I've done on me.
Yeah, and you can tell that in your work. It's very they're people, that you can relate to, and that's disclaimer. I'm a huge fan of your work. You already know that. So
that's the only reason I agreed to be here. I don't talk to them.
So, we kind of skipped over this because we got Sheriff of Babylon is one of my favorites. I have sold so many of those because I love that book. I think it's just exceptional.
Well, let me say, damn you for selling them, because we have that Watchmen deal that where as long as people keep buying them, we don't get the rights back.
I know. I'm so sorry.
People are like, man, I just bought 2 shares of Babylon. Like, great, you just cost me so much money. Stop buying my book. No.
All right, I'll quit selling that.
Thank you so much for selling that book. I love it. I love Sheriff, and I love when people read it. It makes me so proud.
Well, we'll get to Grayson in a minute, but the other book of yours that I am absolutely obsessed with, that I also sell a ton of, is The Vision.
Yeah,
you did for Marvel, which well, obviously. Oh, that was for Marvel. So
I've been with DC so long. I was like, I worked for Marvel at one point.
Well, so WandaVision coming out, and it's very reminiscent of your vision that you wrote. And so how much do you think, or do you know, and if you can't tell us, that's fine, how much do you think that your run on Vision influenced the new WandaVision series?
I don't know a thing. Marvel's been very at a distance, or I mean, they've been not been unkind about the whole thing, but they have not talked to me about it or anything. So I know nothing beyond what you know. Except that they're going to use the dog because I created the dog Sparky. But yeah, I mean, it's important to say. I feel like I can come off as super arrogant here, like Steve Englehart and a lot of people had done sort of the suburban vision. I mean, not they hadn't leaned into it as much as I have leaned into it, but I don't want to take credit for what they're doing. And I feel like now the more and more the show comes out, you can see it's sort of this idea of sort of play on like these TV shows and stuff. So it's definitely not a direct copy of my show, but I do feel like it's like a thematically Gabriel Walta and I sort of showed them a way to take this character and take him seriously, because when he was very much a joke when we took him over. So I'm super proud of sort of our contribution to that. But we're building on the shoulders of others, I should say.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that is true. But you also showed people that vision can work with today's world. You know, that people are going to get that book. That book was fabulous and people loved it. So you won awards for it. So I when I see WandaVision, the first thing I think of is your run on Vision. So I think you probably gave them courage to say, okay, this can work. So
yeah, I mean, I think what Gabriel and I did, and Will Moss, who edited the book, and Jordi Belair, who colored it.
Oh, she's such a good colorist.
So good, yeah. She was on Batman for almost the whole run.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think we sort of, yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more proud of it. And that book made my career. That's what transformed me from sort of the middling writer to being able to have the freedom to write what I'm writing today. That was the big break, the one that sort of broke down the hall walls, where we sort of, you know, it was very much in a Marvel tradition, because that's how Stan Lee came up with Fantastic Four, right? He was like, I hate this, I can't do this anymore, I quit. And his wife's like, just try one more time and do it your way. That was very much vision for me. It was because Omega Men had gotten canceled in the middle of it, and I was like, I just can't. This industry doesn't want what I have. And my wife was very much like, okay, well then just do it your way and get canceled. And that's what we ended up doing Vision, and it turned into this thing. And it was very weird when a year ago, whatever, when they had the Super Bowl ad and there was Vision, and it was literally a panel that Gabriel had drawn in the middle of the Super Bowl was on the TV, because he's wearing the exact same shirt and she was wearing the exact same. And you're just like, oh my God, like this is on the Super Bowl, and we just I mean, your brain can't even comprehend it. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more proud of Vision. It's people still, that's still my sort of calling card, I think, to this day.
I agree. I think it's fabulous. It's just fabulous. So you, in 2016, you signed, I think it was 2016, you signed an exclusive with DC.
I did, yeah.
Yes. And then, so Scott Snyder, you may have heard of him. He did this, he and Greg Capullo did this run on Batman.
Yeah.
And, you know, people kind of thought it was pretty good.
I
so
know.
when he was like, I'm going to be off the book, everybody was like, oh, only a fool is going to take over after this, you know, because how do you follow Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo on this run? Because it was great. So when they announced you were doing it, and you found out that you were doing it, and everybody knew, how many people were like, oh, you're an idiot, why would you do that?
I do remember when we made the announcement, I looked at my Twitter followers, and I've been working in comics for two or 3 years by then, and I had 5,000 followers or something. It was between 5,000 and 6,000 followers, and when I left Batman, I had over 100. So I mean, like, it was that's a big increase in your.
Yeah.
It was very weird. Well, I mean, I think you see at the time, it didn't. I was lucky enough to. I don't know what the way to put it is. Like Scott didn't leave Batman. I think people forget he did All-Star Batman.
Oh yeah, he did All-Star, but he left the main.
He left the main title. But to me, I always felt like it's good to start with Training Wheels. Like Scott still was the Batman writer, and I was kind of like, okay, I'm sort of. And we had started out. We did the first issue together. So, and Scott was so easy with the transition. He did such a good job just for helping me get on the book. So that sort of, I think that was a way to take the pressure off. Now I say all this as if like everything went smoothly. But I mean, I've talked about this a lot of time. Like that whole time I had the panic attack and ended up in a hospital that led to Mr. Miracle. That was right before Batman 1 came out. So clearly, like, I was sort of repressing the stress inside me. I think I was just playing it cool, and it came out in me waking up in a hospital and being like, I can't believe I'm playing it. Yeah, that it was super intimidating. When it was the first time I'd worked with a I mean, I don't know how to describe working with Finch, but it's like I had not worked with the guy who was already established. I'd worked with like Gabriel and Barnaby and Mikkel. These were guys who were up and coming. Finch was like, he knew who he was, and he'd already even written a big Batman run. So it was an entirely new experience for me, and intimidating, and but fun. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, I dug the run. Everybody, me included, thought that you were going to go to issue 100, and then you went off at 85.
I did.
So how nice is it to be able to, because I kind of was like, it needs to be finished a little bit, you know. It's like when, you know, it's like Venture Brothers, it's like canceled, and I'm like, no, I need to know this, because I love that show. So Batman Catwoman is kind of, do you see that as kind of like your finish to this, to your Batman series, your Batman run?
Yeah, but I think that's the way I sort of started thinking of it, and I think it's sort of evolved in the year and a half since we've been working on this book. I mean, so what happened was, I mean, just to rewind the clock, DC, a lot of this stuff is dumb because all these characters are gone from the chessboard. But right before City of Bane was launching, they're basically like, we want to do this 5G sort of thing that's going to launch with 100. And the way your Batman run is going, we want to sort of you to launch that once the sort of City of Bane is over. And I was like, no, we're going to do this whole Catwoman Batman thing that I've been building to for 100 issues. Like, no, we're going to use, you know, and I want, this is a little bit on me because sales had they went back up when City of Bane hit, but just before City of Bane, they dropped a little bit. So when your sales drop, you have less pull with editorial. You can be like, no, I'm doing so great. Why would you come in here and be like, oh yeah, I am a little. So what they said to me when I started sort of pushing back was like, hey, why don't you have this? Here's a choice. So they were very nice about it. They gave me a choice. Like, you can continue on Batman and do the setup for the 5G, or you can find an artist and do a 12-issue series, which is what you love doing the most, like Vision and Mr. Miracle, with Batman and Catwoman, and tell your story in that way. And then we'll do all this. We'll do the 5G setup. And then, of course, all the 5G stuff left, and then James just took off in this other awesome direction and killed it. So thank God. So that's all ancient history. But what that ended up with was, it ended up, you know, it was literally a mega con, and Clay was one of my best friends, and so I went up to Clay and I said, if you'll do this with me, I'll do it. I'll leave Batman. We'll get a new #1, and we'll do something which I didn't get to. I love my Batman run. I adore it. I mean, there are issues in there which I think are the best issues I've ever written in comics, but because it was such a sprint doing a bi-monthly Batman book with A-list artists always rotating in and out, I never got to slow it for a number of factors having to do with editorial and having to do with art and having to do with my own psychology. I never got to do what I do on a book like Mr. Miracle or a book like Vision or all these books I've done. But with Batman, you know, like a contained story that sort of elevates the character, that's as good as those. But so that's what it became. I was like, oh, maybe we can turn this into sort of like our Dark Knight Returns, you know, like even aim higher than just the end to a run, but make it like something eternal. Mm-hmm. And so that's what it sort of evolved into, was the idea that we would do Vision, but with Batman. You know?
Now, how did you both, you and Clay, decide, and editorial, whatever, decide on the past, present, future, kind of the 3 times in Batman Catwoman? How did that kind of evolve?
So Clay he'd been pushing for a long time to put Phantasm in, and I would always sort of, even in the Batman, I was like, no, people love Phantasm. I was like, what are you talking about? This is nobody even remembers. And he was so right.
That's his character, man. He loves Phantasm.
He does. He loves, and he was right, and I was totally wrong. People have a deep and endearing love of that character, and she's an awesome character, and she's a perfect sort of character that I want to deal with. And like, I'm doing this sort of Batcat romance, and here's an ex-girlfriend of Batman's who also was a vigilante, so she has this kind of weird parallels with Catwoman. So Clay and I in Terrificon, whatever it is, 18 or 19, sat down in the middle of Terrificon's in a casino, and we were like literally 3 a.m. We're sitting at slot machines, not playing, but just talking, and we came up with sort of the general plot of what's going to happen with Phantasm and the Joker, and sort of this whole thing building on the animated series. And I took it home and I started sort of going over it. And at the time, again, I was building Rorschach and Strange Adventures, and I was experimenting with sort of ways to tell stories and not just completely linearly. And I was watching True Detective season 3. I'm just to be perfectly honest about it, which is a 3-tier show where it takes place in the past, present. And I was like, I love this. I like how this. And then I got this idea of like, man, and I had done this issue of Batman that was very popular, is annual #2, where I showed their first date and their last date, where after he dies. And I was like, what if we told like the stories that took place after that issue? So that's 2 timelines, and then we already have the present day timeline that Clay and I have mapped out, and then we merge these. And instead of telling again what would be just the end of the Batman run, we tell a story that's about 50 years of history between these 2 characters, and about how both of them have changed and haven't changed based on them, based on their relationship with each other. And that's, like I said, the story was started to explode. And I was like, oh, now this is big. Now this is not just the last 12 issues of my run. Now it's something special.
Yeah. So that's kind of what turned it into this is going to be an evergreen story. You can pick up without knowing all of this other stuff.
Yeah, that's how that sort of evolved. When the 3 timeline thing kicked in, that's when I was like, okay, yeah, let's go big. Let's be ambitious. Let's do something else. I mean, I knew I had. To me, Clay is the best artist in comics. Mitch is my favorite artist, but Clay is just I can't express what he does with lines. He's like, if anyone's met him, he's like this, surfer dude from Florida, looks like a male model, but like very unassuming. He's kind of very low energy, and you just wouldn't know that. That inside lurks his artistic genius, that he sees the world differently than we all see it. He sees the shadows, and he knows how like something looks this way, and how your mind perceives this. And he's an off the charts genius of art. And so I knew like the sky was the limit if we could get it right.
Well, speaking of artists, I just wanted to touch on Strange Adventures.
Oh, I love that book. Yes.
I love that book. The covers alone are worth the price. It's just, my only problem is it's like, do I want A or B? A or B? Let's just go both, So I do end up getting like a mixture of both because I can't decide.
That's the right decision. You did the
right way. Think that it was brilliant, and that Mitch is doing one version, and then the Dream version is Doc Shaner, who I'm a huge fan of his work.
Doc's the best.
Yeah. So
Doc art right there.
So he's just awesome. So how did that come about? Like, I know when I did Charlie, it was the same artist though. He just did it in 2 different styles for flashbacks. So, but whose idea was it to have the 2 artists doing that? It works. It just works so well in Strange Adventures.
So Mr. America was a pretty big hit. So Mitch and I sort of knew we had somewhat of a, they let us do the next thing basically. And so I was over at Mitch for the baptism of his kid, and we were going over stories, and he was the one who's like, why don't we do Adam Strange? And I went home to my hotel that night, and it was in the midst of sort of the Mueller investigation and all that stuff. And I came up with a story in my head where, this sounds really silly, but someone, just the best person ever, sent me a tweet being like, Tom is not a writer. He's just a war criminal covering up for his crimes by telling these stories. I was like, that is so not true. That's a mean thing to say, and that's terrible. And that's a pretty good story. That's good. I like that. That's a good idea. That's a mean tweet, but I'm gonna make some money off of it. I constructed the story in my head of sort of like this guy who was that there were two versions of his world. There was sort of the story he told about what had happened to him, and then who he was in the present, and that there was sort of the truth, and then there was an investigation into the truth, like what he said true, which was all over the news, which was this Mueller investigation. And so I came up with the idea. So I was like, so we have a guy who may have committed war crimes in the past, and he's being investigated, and I need an investigator. And Mr. Terrific came to my head because honestly, I just loved him on the Justice League action show. It was really good on that cartoon. And so then I was like, that's a good present day. I was like, but if we showed the past, and I worked with Doc before on a Green Lantern book we had done together, and Doc and Mitch are best friends going way back. Both these sort of humble Midwestern dudes. And then I was like, it'd be awesome if we could have two artists on this book. And I knew because it would only work with best friends who could communicate with each other. And I know they both work digital, so they could do, and they both color themselves. So I was like, it started working in my head. And so I came back to Mitch that day, and I was like, I have this whole pitch, and the whole thing is Doc Shaner's involved. We haven't even asked him, but he's going to draw half the book. And Mitch texts Doc that day, and I think it didn't take long. Doc's like, yeah, I'm in. And and that's what happened. And then I was reading some Jaime Hernandez, Love and Rockets.
Oh, so good.
And he does a thing which I hadn't seen before. My books are very much page turners. Like you'll have a scene on a page, and you'll turn it, and there'll be a different scene on the next page. He would do these things where he would just have, on panel 4, it would be a whole different scene like 3 years later, and he wouldn't even give you a clue. You just have, and it was jarring. But then when you read it and sort of let it wash over you, it became sort of a very epiphanal experience. Epiphanal? Oh, I'm a writer. I'll make it up.
It's a word now.
It's a word now. And so it's like, I like that idea of like, okay, we do these, and like we're going to do just Doc and Mitch, and they're going to be right next to each other. And I'm not going to give you a transition. It's just going to go from one to the other. So I stole that. And then I stole from Darwin, of course, did New Frontier. It's on a 3-panel grid, the whole thing. People don't even notice because Darwin's such a natural talent and don't even notice that he put it. But and New Frontier is like the great comic of the aughts, obviously. And so I stole Darwin's 3-panel grid, combined it with Jaime's transitions, put some Doc and Mitch on it, and a bad tweet, and that's how we got
a bad tweet.
That's how we got Strange Adventures. And I adore that book. It's funny because Doc and Mitch make it work so seamlessly. I don't think people understand what a hard book it is, just in terms of writing making a comic book with two different stories going at the exact same time. It's a feat of comic book. I don't know what you'd call it. This is Olympic level comics that Doc and Mitch are doing. Yeah.
I think people notice. I mean, I noticed, but I love that it was Hernandez, because when I taught comics, I would always use his work, and I would cut out his panels and say, put this together, tell a story. And it was great. There's different stories that you can tell from his wordless panels. He's something else. It's awesome. Okay, I could talk about that for a while, but we're trying to cover everything. You've done so much in the last few years. You've done so much work that is just amazing.
It's the best interview ever. I love it.
And I have to say, I totally love, because I see you on Twitter, and I get so mad at some people on Twitter that I go in and I'm like, Tom King is not a jerk. He is, it kills me that you had to have a bodyguard at one point at conventions.
That was a long time ago.
I know that, but it's just like, come on, man. I just think that's hilarious. But I love that it came from a mean tweet. I love that they gave you an idea, and that you took that negative and you made it a positive. And I love that. So Mr. Miracle with Mitch, who is phenomenal. The thing about that is, it's kind of like, what I kind of got from it is there's always something worse around, there's always a bigger fish. Except there's always something worse around the corner, that you think things are going okay. Yeah, this is all right. And then it's like, oh, wait, you know.
Hey, get inside my head.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
Is that kind of, is that, I mean, how is it to kind of to write that and know that's, you know, what's coming?
I mean, that was very much a book that started in 2016 when we sort of transformed into the weird world that we live in now, that we're sort of still going through. We live in a much weirder world now that I think about it. I can't leave my house without a mask on. It's very
exactly. It is. It's crazy.
Yeah. So, but in 2016, which now looks so normal because at least it's easy to go to conventions. Like that was like the beginning of the weirdness, where like the rules were kind of breaking down a little bit of sort of what we thought our society was and all that stuff. So yeah, that's what it's about. It's sort of that idea of like, what do you do when the world keeps cracking around you? Like Darkseid is that evil, that sort of perpetual trapped. I make this joke that I wrote this book about what it's like to feel trapped all the time and how to cope with it, and I really meant it as a metaphor, and then it became life.
Also, it's your fault.
It's really my fault. Yeah, I just did this for sales. I released this. I want people to relate to Mr. Miracle. I want them to know what it is like to just not be able to get out. So yeah, that's what Mr. Miracle was. It was sort of about this idea of how do we cope with that. Which I think Batman and Heroes in Crisis, those three books are very much about sort of like in the middle of, you know, trauma or stress or just the horrors of life that we all like how do we find hope and love in the middle? I mean, they're all kind of mushy books. I was in a mushy place. I don't mind a little mush.
Do you think that this the environment we live in now is going to affect the stories that are coming out?
Yeah, so I generally, I mean, I don't know if this is coincidence or just fate or whatever, but I've written generations of books. Like I feel like my first generation was that Sheriff, Vision, Omega Men, which were like very much about my CIA Iraq War experience, and then the second generation was just, like I said, Batman, HIC, and Mr. Miracle were about sort of coping with. And then my third generation, which is out now, Rorschach, Batcat, and Strange Adventures are much more cynical books. They're much more about bad people doing bad things and what happens. And I think there's a lot more anger in them than there were. They're a little less mushy, maybe is the best way to put it. And I think they're about like the last 2 years, 2018 to 2020. The next generation of books, because I've been very productive, so I'm writing the next year, which are like the 2021, 2000. I'm going for fun books. I don't know if it's true, but like I know after 1918 was the plague, and then the Roaring '20s followed, and I've seen pictures of those parties. Like I just think there might be parties coming. So I'm writing books that are not just people looking out the windows. I'm trying to write books that are, I mean, there's a lot of that. I'm not gonna lie to you, but they're more, they're fun, they're sexy, they're cool, like that. Like that's my prediction that like we're gonna want, the times in the 90s when you read some just man, this book fucking kicks ass. Like sorry, it was just my bad language, but yeah, like those kind of. That's my guess. I have no idea if that's correct, but that's my next. That's my instinct is right now. So I'm writing.
Good. Okay, you are a couple things. You're contributing to Batman Black and White.
I am, yeah. Mitch and I have a story there, which is not a fun story.
Okay, so that's like the last generation.
No, it's an uplifting story. It's a very religious story, a very Christian story. Sort of, yeah. My tribute to sort of how I'm not a particularly religious person, but I believe in the sanctity of religion and the comfort of religion, and so that's what that story is about. It's about sort of how beautiful religion can be, and how beautiful, particularly Christianity.
Okay.
I did an 8-page black and white Batman story.
I'm trying to get. We only have a few minutes left, so I'm trying to get as much in as I can.
No problem.
Rorschach. There's 2 issues out now. Another one will be coming out probably by the time this is on. So how was Watchmen is amazing. And then it kind of got this, I mean, it's always been up there and the sales are always good. But then the TV series, which I'm totally obsessed with, came out. Because it's brilliant. I literally had to pause it during episode 2 just so I could say, this is so good. I didn't want to miss anything by saying it, but I had to express that just because it was so good and it's so well written and acted, and I have zero criticisms. And if somebody says they don't like it, I'm just kind of like, get out. I just can't. If you don't like John Wick or watch, just get out.
I love both of those things.
John, I am totally obsessed with John Wick. It's not even funny. In fact, my daughter just had a baby, and I'm like, okay, when can I show him John Wick?
Congratulations!
Thank you.
That's awesome.
He's pretty cute, little maverick. He already has his little coat and glasses. But I was like, okay, when can I show him John Wick? And she's like, 7, and I was like, okay, we'll go for 7. So it's Edgar Wright movies, the Cornetto trilogy, and spaced at 5, and then I have it in writing too.
That's perfect. I saw Predator when I was 7, and I have a full-time job, so it happens.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, she turned out okay. I showed her Shaun of the Dead. I'm like, don't say any word that Nick Frost says, okay? But how does it feel that you are part of now of the whole Watchmen universe?
Oh man, no, now it feels intimidating. I did not want to do this project. I rejected it when it was first proposed to me. I don't want to be compared to Alan Moore. I feel like I'm already a sort of semi-Alan Moore clone. I mean, I do these 9-panel grid comics. I do sad people looking at window comics. I drive in Alan Moore's lane all day long, and he's got a much faster car than I do. But just like you, when I saw that TV show, I had this sort of revelation of you could make Watchmen without being in the shadow of Alan Moore a little bit. Like they were talking in the language of Watchmen. Like they were using huge themes and sad, but it wasn't a copy of Watchmen. It was in no way a cover song or something. It was something new, and because that's what Watchmen is new. Like that's what made it awesome in 1986. Yeah. Is that it was breaking down barriers. Like if you just copy it, then you're not copying it. You're doing the exact opposite of it. You're just being so like when I saw it TV show, I was like, oh, you can use this as a language. Like I did a story called The Button, which was, had some Watchmen elements in it. It had 9-panel grids. It had a button in it. It had a blood stain. I did, these transitions, and then it was, but it wasn't in Watchmen language because it didn't have that ambition. It didn't talk about today's. It was just using the characters to make good superhero, or hopefully good superhero comics. But when I saw the show, I was like, oh, you can do this. And coincidentally, I really wanted to do something with Jorge, who I just had sort of discovered was one of the great artists in comics. I was mind boggled when I saw his art for Batman Annual 4. And I was like, oh, this guy can go places. I was like, this guy can be like Walt's on Vision or Garrett's on Mr. Miracle, and so the combination of those two things. I mean, just the idea of like I'm going to try to make a book that's talks in the Watchmen language, but we're throwing away the 9-panel grids. We're not doing fancy chapter headings. We're not doing quotes at the end. We're not just going to copy Watchmen. We're going to use the language of Watchmen to talk not about 1986, but about 2020. So yeah, that's the ambition of the book. It's not to my line I use is like, I don't want to be the Monkees to the Beatles. I want to be like the Clash to the Beatles, influenced by them, but also be my own thing.
I gotcha. All right, we'll wrap it up after this. You're working on a script for a movie.
Yes.
New Gods with Ava DuVernay. And is this going to be the first time that you're writing where people are actually going to speak your words?
Yes, it is going to be. Well, I mean, I've been talking about this for years and nothing ever comes of it. I've been working on this very intricate TV project, which no one will ever see, for 3-4 years now. And it has a major movie, like an Academy Award-winning movie star attached to. I spend a lot of time with. Mm-hmm. So I had done, I'd had a very Hollywood experience of sitting in the Beverly Hills hotel with the famous movie star, writing lines while they say it out loud. Like you'll never see it happen. Maybe someday you'll see it. It's a very good show. I'm sure whoever buys it will be wonderful. Please. I mean, it's purchased. It's at a network, so we'll see. Yeah. So this would be my first time. That's why whenever Ava writes a scene, I write a scene. I'm always hesitant to be like, well, I don't know if that dialogue is working for me. I was like, but I've never written dialogue anyone said out loud, so maybe that's just out loud dialogue, you know? Because Ava's writing is really, really good. So yeah, that script's coming along. I like it. It's a super fun. Unlike say The Vision, which is sort of based on my stuff, and I'm not involved at all. Of course, New Gods, you know, I'm involved, you know, at every sort of level on that. So it's a completely different experience, and it's really been wonderful. She's a wonderful person to work with. I mean, obviously, I'm just gonna say that, but she's cool. She's a nerd.
Well, just so you know, you're also a really, really, really good writer. So there you go.
Oh, that's nice of you to say. Well, that's because you never read my work out loud. You read it out loud, it just totally falls apart.
Well, I don't know.
Cat. Oh, it's all the same thing.
I probably have written it or read it out loud. You know, when we're talking about things.
When I did my first published superhero comic, I want to say Nightwing 30, some mean, very cruel website was like, we read the worst dialogue out loud as a play every week. We've chosen back at, you know, Nightwing 30. And so, like, you know, you open up and, like, there's people just reading your dialogue out loud, like, in the worst way possible. And you're like, oh, God. I remember just, so I thought, I guess that was the one time I had it read out loud, and it was painful.
That's mean. But, you know, hey.
That's comics.
It is comics, and there is mean, but I love it that you've taken some of the mean, because I see the mean that people say, and I kind of try and stay off Twitter a little bit, because I get so outraged. I'm like, you don't even know, you know. I'm a Bears fan also, so I have to, you know, I have to defend the Bears constantly to Bears fans, you know.
My wife is a Bears fan. She's a Chicago person.
We're terrible right now. It's just
no, they're terrible. Yeah,
but we have Khalil Mack, so well, it's okay. That's all I can say.
Never had a good quarterback in 50 years. It's amazing.
Oh no, we. Yeah, somebody was saying that they made a team play without a quarterback, and I'm like, hello, they're making us play without a quarterback. You know, sorry, Nick. You know, sorry, Nick, but come on.
How did that guy win a Super Bowl? MVP of a Super Bowl.
I luck. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
See, I criticize people being mean about comics, and here I am being mean about football. So I'm a complete hypocrite.
No, I admit they're terrible. I have to deal with my children making fun of me every week. You know, when there's a bye week, I'm like, oh, good, they can't make fun of me this week. You know? And I'm like, no, they're still gonna lose. So, okay, is there anything coming up that you want to talk about? I mean, you've got your plate pretty full, but you're ahead on everything. So, any little.
My plate is full, I think. Oh, here's a bizarre little thing. I did a Hanukkah special for the DC Holiday special that's coming out.
Did you?
It's a very Lobo Hanukkah. It is in a.
Oh my gosh, I saw something about that. I wasn't sure if it was a joke or if it was
it's real and it's glorious. I did it. It's Scott Noblish does the art on it. And I thought I did not. This started off as a Keith Giffen joint where Keith reached out and said, I want to work with you, Tom, and I'll do anything. And I pitched him like 7 ideas, and the one he chose was the Lobo Hanukkah one, which I thought was the most absurd one. But when Keith Giffen tells you to do Lobo, you do Lobo. So yeah, it's the first time I've written Lobo, I think. So yeah, but yeah, it's if you're just looking for some fun holiday thing, I really love that story. It's a fun little story.
All right, last question. What is your dream character, dream anything to write?
Oh, God. I'm a kind of guy who I don't really care what I'm working on in terms of characters. I care more who I'm working with in terms of artists. And so, I mean, I've got all my dream artists I'm working with now. So all my dreams are true. I don't know. I mean, I love old movies. Just recently, I watched The Thin Man with my daughter, which is about Nora Charles solving mysteries while drunk. And I was like, I want to write that. That sounds like a ton of fun. Just 2 drunk people solving mysteries and being in love with each other. I'm in.
Yeah, that's great. For me, it's Columbo. I need
Columbo. Oh my God. Well, you know, I'm a huge Columbo guy. That's my.
Well, I just found that out the other, like I don't know how we've never discussed this before, because I'm like, Columbo is my guy. It's like I have. Do you remember in the episode where the artist is the bad guy and it's a portrait of murder?
Yeah.
Beats the portrait of Columbo. I have one of 20 prints of that are signed by the artist. Yeah, Bear. It's like my prized possession. It's like I bought a little.
Super cool.
It is a print, but I bought one of those little lights to put over it, because I love it so much. I've been on the one of the Columbo podcasts twice, and that's like my claim to fame. I'm like, oh yes, I was on the Columbo podcast. Somebody's
I'm very impressed by that.
Podcast. Yeah, that's my thing. I watch it probably an episode probably 3-4 times a week. I just love them. Even the bad ones I love. So
Dan DiDio, former head of DC Comics, is a huge Columbo fan. It's like he has it running in his background all day long, kind of Columbo fan.
Oh yeah.
And sadly, he's left the company. But before he did, we were talking about how we could do a Columbo book, like how we could sort of do like someone solving. But we're like, it would take 20 pages just to set up the murder mystery. Like there's just like, how could you? Because you would want to do one issue per mystery, but it's like, like that first 20 minutes of is the best part. Well, not the best part, but like it's essential that you first see the murder and then you see him solve it. Like I was like, I don't like you couldn't just do that in 4 pages. You would need 100. We're literally like breaking it down page by page how we could actually. Anyways,
well, I have an idea, but I don't want to say it out. I don't want it out there, so we'll talk about it later. But I think it's a really good idea. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much, Tom, for joining us, and I'm looking forward to the rest of Rorschach. Looking forward to the rest of Catwoman, Batman, Catwoman, and New Gods. And you have so much going on. And just thank you for putting some joy out there for people to read, and just keep on keeping on, and tell the family hello. And
I sure will. And same with you. Thank you for all the hard work, and this could not be a tougher time to be a retailer. And the fact that you just keep going is nothing but impressive. You're saving the world, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thank you. So much.
It's true. The economy depends on people working their ass off in creative ways, and you're doing it.
No, we're trying. There's the comic book retailers we're an interesting bunch, but we don't give up. So,
Well, when I was a kid, there were music stores and there were bookstores. They're gone. Everyone said comic books would die, but those stores died. Comic book retailers kept going. Like us nerds are a hardier bunch than those music nerds.
And we're allowed to be nerds. I remember when I was little, it's like being a nerd, I got picked on and pushed into lockers. I did have my, like tube socks. I had Chewbacca on them. And, I was a total nerd, and also being a girl, it was not cool at that time either. I started a Flash Gordon fan club,
Oh, I wish you'd gone to my school. We could have been.
It was funny. But then I got to moderate a panel with Flash Gordon. So it was like one of the greatest things ever. I'm like, yeah, dude. So, all right. Well, thank you so much. You're awesome. Looking forward to all of your work, and just keep on being Tom King, and we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.